to the December 14th, 2020 regular meeting of the Littleton Planning Commission. Could we please have the roll call, Pam?
Yes, sir. Chair Rudnicki?
Here.
Vice Chair Schwartzbacher?
Here.
Commissioner Almond?
Here.
Commissioner Bolt?
Here.
Commissioner Coronado?
Here.
Commissioner Miller?
Here.
Commissioner Morzei?
Here.
Commissioner Reynolds? Commissioner Stallman?
Here.
We have a quorum, Chair.
Okay. Let's see. We'll now have the moderator review the process for the virtual meeting. So Pam, you're up again.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners, staff, citizens, and guests. I'm Pam Middleton, Deputy City Clerk, and I will be the moderator for this evening's virtual meeting of the Planning Commission. We are streaming this meeting on cable channel 8, Facebook, and on our website, littletongov.org. Those wishing to participate in any public comment portion of the meeting are advised to view the meeting on our website. This broadcast has the least amount of delay. As always, citizen participation is encouraged during public comment and public hearings. To participate via phone, please call 669-900-6833, and when prompted, enter the webinar ID 951-6268-0022. There will be 2 opportunities for public participation this evening, one during public comment and again during our public hearing. If you wish to speak during either of these opportunities, please call in early and stay on the line. When public comment or the public hearing is announced, press *9 to raise your hand to be recognized as a speaker. Microphones will be muted for all citizens calling in. Once recognized, speakers will be unmuted and will have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission. The City Clerk will announce when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. We expect comments to be civil. Disrespectful or disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. For agenda items, the chair will ask for the motion and second, followed by a discussion and a vote. Votes on agenda items will be made using a thumbs up for a yes vote and thumbs down for a no vote. The clerk will call each vote with all ayes and nays. Again, if you plan on participating during public comment or the public hearing, please call 669-900-6833, and when prompted, enter webinar ID 951-6268-0022. Press *9 to raise your hand to speak.
Thank you, Pam. Next up is the approval of the agenda. You all have it. Are there any changes, switching, anything? Seeing none, we'll approve the agenda. Next up is number 3, certification of minutes.
Mark, we need to make the motion and vote on it.
Excuse me?
Don't you want to make the motion and vote on the minutes?
That was approval of the agenda.
That was the approval of the agenda.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry. Jumped ahead.
Okay. I'm behind or you're ahead. Okay. Certification of minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes from the November 9th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting? If there are no changes or corrections, do we have a motion for approval?
I move to approve based on the clerk's certification the November 9, 2020 minutes of the Littleton Planning Commission.
You have a second? Craig, you're not, your speaker's not on, but okay. So Craig is the second. Any discussion? Then we'll vote. Thumbs up for approval, thumbs down for not approving.
Please hold your thumbs up for a second because there are a lot of people on the window, so I have to count in through. The vote is unanimous.
Okay. Next up is the public comment portion for items not on tonight's public hearing agenda. Pam, you're up again. Pam?
Muted. Sorry about that.
Okay.
If you wish to address the Planning Commission under public comments and are not already in the queue to speak, please call 669-900-6933. And when prompted, enter webinar ID 951-6268-0022. Then press star 9 to raise your hand to be recognized. Citizen microphones will be automatically muted until the citizen is called upon to speak. Citizens will be recognized by the last 3 digits of their phone number. When called on to speak, please state your name and district or address for the record. Public comment is an opportunity to express opinions or ask questions regarding issues that are not part of the public hearing on tonight's agenda. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. The city clerk will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. All right, we have 2 people on the line. Do either one of the people on there, would you like to speak? And if so, please press star 9 to raise your hand. Okay, so far we have 1 speaker. The person with the last 3 digits of 841. You are our speaker. Can you please press star 6 and unmute yourself? And please remember to identify yourself and begin speaking now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. My name is Stephen Houtsma, and I'm a resident of the South Park neighborhood, actually South Park 2, which is the townhouse community that borders Santa Fe Drive. I've been aware for some time of the development, and I do understand that unless something's changed, it's basically composed of 2 portions. There's one that's handled by one company closer to Mineral in Santa Fe, and then there's another one that is just adjacent to it south of that.
Stephen,
Yes.
I've got to break in here. This is a time for public comment on items that are not on tonight's public hearing agenda. You'll have a chance to speak further into the meeting after staff presentation, after applicant presentation, but now's not the time to discuss the project at the Enzer site.
All right, my apologies. I jumped the gun there.
Not a problem. It happens quite a bit. So if you can hang with us and go through all the evidence and questions from Planning Commission, we'll get to 3 minutes of public comment after that. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry about that.
No problem. Pam, do we have any other speakers?
Yes, Chair, we do. Would
Okay.
the person with the last 3 phone number digits of 819, would you please press star 6 to unmute yourself and kindly state your name and identify yourself for the record.
Hello, my name is Pam Chadbourne. I live a block and a half from City Center in District 1. I wanted to talk about the Envision process and the Envision Studios. We just finished one, and perhaps some of you were listening. I have spoken about my problems with this before, and I'm going to do so again. The process is broken, and it's missing a vital component. And that is our requirements and objectives that we're trying to accomplish at each stage. And so an example with respect to the corridors meeting that was just held is that our original code, and some comments were made that people didn't know what they were doing and this was just a confused mess. I think that's totally false. I think our original zoning was pretty strong. It has good bones, and this is one reason why. There weren't many houses on corridors. Littleton Boulevard wasn't really regarded as a corridor because it ends a couple of blocks east of Broadway. Littleton Boulevard is a feature of Littleton. It's a boulevard and it's wide and it has a mountain view and it has residences around it. And it was meant to be a pleasant and supportive place for families to live and for companies, small companies, to build their offices. And that's what happened in the 50s and the mid-60s, the mid-century modern stuff that was built there. And those were great investments by each one of those companies in Littleton. So, and it was because the boulevard was designed the way it was. It's a boulevard, it's wide, it has this great view, and it goes into downtown and the river. So one of the design objectives in our original code was that homes are not placed on busy corridors like Santa Fe or Broadway. And if they're close to a boulevard like Littleton Boulevard, that's the walkable area. So one objective would be you don't make people live on busy corridors. And that would totally affect this whole concept of mixed use on Broadway and Santa Fe is repulsive. Really, you shouldn't put people living on these corridors. It's not a good design practice. Secondarily, it was mentioned that there are economic
30
objectives,
seconds.
but you know what? These economic objectives are never brought forward. You can project and estimate based on the number of residences and businesses in these scenarios what the income to the city will be. And this has never been presented in any one of these Envision studios for, let's say, a 10-year, 30-year, 60-year period. And it should be. This is a failed process, and that's my assessment. Thanks.
It's time.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Do any of the other callers want to speak for public comment? Chair, it looks like nobody else is raising their hand.
No one else? Okay.
No, sir.
Move on to general business, which there's none of. So we'll go directly into our public hearing. Pam, you're up again.
Thank you, sir. Citizens wishing to speak during this public hearing who are not already in the queue, please call 669-900-6833. And when prompted, enter the webinar ID 951-6268-0022. Once on the line, press *9 to raise your hand to be recognized. Speakers will have 3 minutes to address the commission on the topics after the presentations.
Okay. I want to give a little background here and order of business. The Planning Commission is advisory to City Council on rezoning and changes to plan developments. This is a plan development change. So we are subservient to City Council, which has the final authority. The order of tonight's hearing is one, we'll have a staff presentation followed by questions for the staff from the Planning Commission. We'll next go to the applicant presentation, and then once again questions of the applicant by Planning Commission. Then we will open up to public comment for your 3 minutes of comment. Then after that, we will allow the applicant to respond to any of the speakers or any last comments. Then we will close the public hearing and go to motions and amendments and votes. So let me introduce the item for tonight. Oh, I have to do one more thing. And since this is a hearing for a site, we'll go right down the line. Has anyone visited the site? And did you talk to anyone while you were visiting the site? I'll start out. I have visited the site on several occasions. I did not talk to anybody on the site. Bruce?
Likewise for me, I've visited the site numerous times. I've actually walked the site, and I have not spoken to anybody concerning tonight's agenda item.
You survived the barbed wire fence, okay? And
Indeed.
as I did as well. Behzad, did you visit the site and you talk to anyone?
I have visited the site. I did not talk to anybody. About 20 years ago, I did an evaluation for this site for development for different development company. So I'm aware of a lot of the issues with the site.
Okay. Craig?
I'm familiar with the site. I haven't visited directly and I haven't spoke to anybody there.
Dan?
I'm familiar with the site as well and have not spoken to anybody about tonight's hearing.
Jason?
Done a couple of drive-by visits and have not communicated with anyone about tonight's hearing.
Okay. Sherry?
I have driven by the site and I did not speak with anyone.
And last up, Robin.
Yes, I've seen the site. I have not talked to anybody about it.
Whoops. And second, David, I haven't asked you.
Yeah, I thought you were going to forget me.
I tried.
It's all right. I'm easily forgettable. Yeah, I've been by the site a bunch of times. I've been on it. Not recently, but I've been by it recently a few times in the last couple of weeks. But I haven't not talked to anybody about this.
Okay, thank you. That takes care of that. Now we'll introduce it. PC Resolution 08-2020, a resolution of the Littleton Planning Commission recommending approval of the Second Amendment to the Santa Fe Park Plan Development Plan, in parentheses, River Park. Could we please go to our staff presentation?
Thank you, Chairman Rudnicki and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Mike Sutherland. I'm the Deputy Director of Community Development. Before I begin, I'd like to ask if Jennifer Henninger has any opening comments before we start.
I would just like to thank everyone for their time this evening and time this weekend, our planning commissioners, in reviewing everything that we sent to you. I would also like to thank the applicant for their patience to get to this point. So take it away, Mike.
Thank you. I will share my screen. We have a brief presentation. Okay, hopefully everybody can see the screen. Oh, no, I better share button. There we go. I think everybody can see the screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So as Commissioner, our Chairman Rudnicki mentioned, this is the River Park Plan Development Plan Amendment. And I'll just jump right into the presentation here. This is the 33.3 acre site. It is at the southwest corner of Mineral. Mineral is the street that runs just to its northern boundary, and South Santa Fe Drive. At the very southeast corner of this map, you can see McClellan Reservoir, and the South Platte River runs to the west of the site. The existing zoning of the property is planned development commercial. The proposed zoning of the property is planned development commercial and planned development residential. And this map also shows the notification boundary in red. A brief timeline for this property. In 1985, most of the site was annexed into the city of Littleton. There was a smaller portion of the site that was annexed earlier. In 1993, the first, and also in 1985, the zoning for the property was approved by City Council. In 1993, there was an amendment to the zoning to allow for a driving range on this property. In 2017, a use by special exemption was approved for the site by the Planning Commission to modify the floodplain, and the current owner purchased the property in that spring of that year. In 2018, we had a pre-application meeting, and the applicant held a neighborhood meeting. The Planning Commission and the City Council both conducted preliminary project plan study sessions, and we had a formal application for the site. In 2019, staff completed or continued technical review, and the City Council approved a metro district for this property. In 22, in 2020, a traffic study was updated for this application, and economic agreements were drafted. This is an aerial map of the property. Again, Mineral Avenue appears to the north, and Santa Fe Drive is on the east side of the property. This is undeveloped property right now. It is used for agricultural purposes. There is a small farmhouse in the portion of the site. It's adjacent to South Platte Park on the west side, and the Littleton Mineral Avenue light rail station is north of Mineral, across Mineral from this property. Here you can see the bridge, the pedestrian bridge, and the platform for the light rail. In addition, 7-Eleven has been developed just to the west of South Platte Parkway. South Park is the townhome development is located just to the west, just to the east of Santa Fe Drive, and South Bridge is on the single family development. It's on the northeast corner of Mineral and Santa Fe. The Cogdell property is located to the south of the property, and formerly this was all known as the Enzer property, but Ms. Cogdell owns the southern portion, and that's currently under contract with Toll Brothers. And then the Jackass Gulch floodplain is located on the northern and western sides of the property. In addition, the Inglewood City Ditch runs through the property from the south to the north and connects the city of Inglewood with the McClellan Reservoir. The significant purposes of the application are to move multifamily uses from the east side to the west side, and to allow senior living and assisted living uses on the property, which are currently prohibited, and to establish new setbacks, lot, and design standards. Some of the early feedback that staff and the applicant received on this property, mainly through the neighborhood meeting and the P4 process, was related to traffic at the intersection of Mineral and Santa Fe, building heights, the concurrency of development, and creativity regarding land uses, in particular mixed use, parking, and connectivity. The planned development plan that's in front of you tonight is represented on this slide. The Harvest District is on the east side of the property and is 20.3 acres. The River District, which is the residential portion, is on the west side and is 13.01 acres. South Platte River Parkway runs from the north side to the south side and bisects the site. West Nichols Avenue bisects the commercial portion of the property and connects South Platte River Parkway to Santa Fe Drive. Drainage areas are shown on this PD plan. They are on the north side, and then an off-site drainage area is shown on city property in Platte Park. A 10-foot trail appears on the west side of the property and is indicated by the solid yellow line. It is planned to continue on Mineral Avenue down to the existing underpass of Santa Fe and connect to the south suburban facilities on the north side of Mineral. In addition, there's a 12-foot mixed-use path on the east side of South Platte River Parkway, and it shows various pedestrian and vehicular connections indicated by the white arrows, and a reserve area for future right-of-way that's indicated on the northeast corner of the property or the southwest corner of the intersection. The site illustrative is also shown in the plans and is a conceptual, non-binding idea of how the site might develop. In this case, the west side is showing apartment buildings, which are indicated by the letter A. The senior living is shown at the south end of the site and is indicated by the letter B. And then there's a variety of commercial buildings that could be developed on the Harvest side, on the east side of South Platte River Parkway. Also, this conceptual shows a roundabout at the intersection of Nichols and South Platte River Parkway. The sign program is also shown within the PD plan. There are 15 signs indicated, and these are the project signs that are indicated, not the individual tenant signs that will appear on each building. The height limit is 25 feet, and this is mainly for the signs along Santa Fe. The corridor design objectives indicate a height of 6 feet is the preferred in those studies. However, in staff's experience with particularly Aspen Grove, those are very ineffectual on South Santa Fe to attract business into these districts. So we would support a height limit of 25 feet. And then individual tenant signs are shown in, on pages 47 to 54 of the River Park Design Standards. I think one of the important things to glean from those is that west-facing signs in the River District, that's the residential portion, are prohibited. And then illuminated signs on the west sides of buildings above 30 feet are prohibited in the Harvest District. And this is based on feedback we heard from the City Council and Planning Commission during the P4 process, where we wanted to basically protect the park and the Mary Carter Greenway from sign pollution that would be visible from that viewpoint. Transportation is also included within the PD plan, a basic plan of transportation. As you probably know, there is very heavy congestion at the intersection of Mineral Avenue and South Santa Fe. It's one of the, before COVID, it was one of the most congested intersections in Littleton. There are the solution for the site and allowing the traffic generated by the site into this busy intersection is a quadrant road. And there is a potential for a grade separated interchange in the long range future. The traffic report addresses CDOT access to South Santa Fe Drive, mitigation methods that are contained with the quadrant road concept, and the obligations of the developer. And it also addresses multimodal options for bikes and pedestrians. Land uses are contained in the proposed PD amendment, and they're based on the B1 and B2 zoning districts with residential uses added. The applicant in this case has worked closely with staff to allow vertical mixed uses within the PD plan and limit auto-oriented uses. There are 4 drive-throughs that are possible within the PD plan. Car washes are currently allowed and are one of the conditions that staff recommended for approval of this project. In addition, assisted living uses are allowed on the property, as was one of the 3 principal goals of this PD amendment. And in general, the PD allows a good variety of uses, both for the River and Harvest District, which is important for transit-oriented development. Lot requirements. These contain requirements, and these are addressed in the PD plan. They address requirements for open space, density, setbacks, building height, and parking. And staff did include an executive summary that compares the existing zoning to the proposed zoning. That's included with your packet. With parking, just to spend a moment on that, the maximum allowed parking spaces for this development are 5 spaces to every 1,000 square feet of gross floor area for office and retail. And then there's a maximum of 12 parking spaces to every 1,000 square feet of gross floor area for all other types, such as restaurants or entertainment uses like gyms or workout facilities, that type of thing. The current parking standards allow for a 16-foot long standard space on the perimeter where it overlaps hard surfaces, and a 13-foot long compact space along the perimeter where it overlaps hard surfaces. Otherwise, the interior spaces for this development follow the code standards at 19 feet long for standard spaces and 15 feet long for compact spaces. There is no maximum for surface parking required within the PD. Drainage, floodplain, and utilities. This, as I had mentioned before, the Jackass Gulch floodplain covers a portion of the northern portion of northern property and also a portion of the western side of the site. As I mentioned earlier, there's off-site drainage proposed on the northwest corner of the development on city property. This would require an agreement with the city council, and that can be addressed later through the course of this application process. Modification of the Jackass Gulch floodplain would require approval through the Water Conservation Board. The Englewood City Ditch would be piped, and we have worked closely with Englewood. Both the applicant and staff have worked closely with Englewood on this proposal. Englewood would prefer that water ditch be piped in order to prevent evaporation and to protect the quality of the water that moves through that ditch. It provides some, the utilities plan provides some basic ideas for water, sewer, and dry utilities, but those will be handled in more definitively with the subdivision plat, which is a future application. For architecture, the River Park Design Standards books really covers a lot of the details of architectural design. There's about 50 pages of the design standards that cover intent, guidelines, and then standards. And then it creates an architectural control committee for this property that will review buildings and proposed buildings before staff reviews them to make sure that they're consistent with each other and the theme of the property. The design standards provide examples for multifamily and assisted living and commercial architecture, and then covered site design, landscaping, lighting, and signage. Staff performed an economic analysis for this property, and it was we worked carefully with the applicant on the basis for this economic analysis. It's based on 270 apartment units and about 88,000 square feet of commercial development. We estimate approximately 50% of that would be retail sales tax generating commercial. In addition, the analysis is based on 170 bed beds in the assisted living facility. And a payment in lieu of taxes agreement would help offset the costs associated with assisted living in the commercial area. And we can get into more detail of that if you have more questions about that idea. One of the conclusions from the economic analysis is that concurrency is an important issue on this property. And in order to achieve sort of a balance of costs and expenditures, you'd need at least 6,000 square feet of retail in addition to the pilot and assisted living before residential could be developed on the west side of the property. If there is no pilot agreement or assisted living facility, then 15,000 square feet of retail development would be needed before residential could appear on the western side of the property. And that leaves plenty of room for future expansions to make the property more of a revenue generator for the city. As you can see, based on 88,000 square feet of retail, if you had 15,000 square feet initially, and the property was sort of in balance at that point, there's plenty of room for additional development in the future. So and I'll get into the recommended conditions that staff has, but with the conditions, based on staff's opinion is that it meets the 6 criteria of approval for PD plans. The PD amendment that's proposed is creative and has an effective use of land within the site. It's innovative and efficient. It has innovative development of land uses. It relates the design and development to the site characteristics. It displays adequate utilities, transportation, drainage, and open space, and is consistent with the comprehensive plan in place at the time of the application. Staff has made a recommendation of approval with 5 major conditions. The first is that assisted living only be allowed contingent upon the pilot agreement. The second, that concurrent development of 6,000 square feet of retail or 15,000 square feet of retail would be required before the residential uses could be occupied. The third is a maximum of 2 surface parking spaces per 1,000 square feet of commercial development, and a maximum of 0.5 surface parking spaces per dwelling unit. And the applicant has provided a rebuttal to this this concept and we have attached it into your packet. The fourth major condition is the traffic study needs to be updated prior to scheduling a council meeting. The fifth is that separate agreement for stormwater facilities on city property must be completed with the final plat. Then there are 3 minor conditions that we noted in this in the recommended resolution. The first is to prohibit car washes as a principal use on the property. The second is to change the parking stall requirement to make sure that no spaces are less than 17 feet standard and 15 feet compact. And the final condition is that all other minor technical corrections be resolved. And this includes the legal description on the front page, which doesn't quite match up with the illustration for the PD, and a few minor other items. Before I continue, I will note that we had a couple of concerns from Ms. Cogdell, the property owner to the south. about the address that has been shown in the legal notice for the property and also has been associated with the site. That is her address for her home. But it was the only, at the time of the application, it was the only address available for the entire property. So the city used that, but we'll correct that in any future legal notices. In conclusion, proposed resolution number 8, 2020 includes the staff recommended conditions as I've outlined them. And Planning Commission is charged with providing a recommendation of either approval with conditions, or denial to City Council. No scheduled date for City Council has been decided as of yet, but we will re-advertise the site once we have a scheduled date. And I'd like to also note that there are a variety of staff that are available for questions this evening. Anastasia Urban is our Development Service Manager with Public Works. Aaron Human is the Traffic Engineering Manager with Public Works. Colton Hargreth is our Economic Development Specialist. Brent Thompson is the City Engineer. And Jennifer Henninger is our CD Director. And they're all available for questioning. That concludes staff presentation.
Okay. Thank you,
Mark, if I may add one additional thing, the presentation that we gave tonight is slightly different than the one that was in your packet. So we will have the updated version of the PowerPoint presentation you saw this evening available online tomorrow.
Okay. Briefly, what were the changes?
Yeah, Mike, do you want to address those?
Yeah, very minor changes to the presentation. Basically wording of some of the slides, and that's all I can really think of, Jennifer. It was really wording and some internal organization of each slide. So very minor changes.
Okay, we'll settle for that. Thank you. Next up is Planning Commission questions of a technical nature for staff. If you could keep them direct and again, technical, leave out your editorial comment for your summation at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, and I would chime in and say perhaps some of your questions may be better asked of the applicant. So there'll be an opportunity to kind of lump them all in if you're not sure.
So we'll start no order. Craig, you want to ask your technical questions of staff?
Sure, thank you, Chair.
Next up, by the way, is Robin. No, Robin, you'll wait. Bruce, you'll be up next.
Okay, so yeah, a few questions. It looks like in the comparison chart that the density of comparison from the old PD to the new PD yields roughly an increase in the FAR allowance from 0.35, I think it is, to 0.4 to 1, and effectively decreases the DUs per acre from, I think, what would have been calculated as about 98 to 35. I wonder if you might be able to provide an example of what 35 DUs per acre looks like, and any other developments around town, perhaps that have been recently approved that might be comparable.
It's a good question. 35 dwelling units per acre is fairly dense. It's not downtown Denver, but I would say that certainly the Vita would be in that range. That's vertical mixed use, but is fairly dense. I'm trying to think of another. Yeah, perhaps Littleton Village. Some of the multifamily development in Littleton Village would be right around that range.
Okay, and likewise, the 0.4 FAR from a commercial standpoint? What does that look like, especially with a 30-foot height limit?
I would have to look up developments. I'm not sure if I've got an example that would be close on that one.
Okay. I guess one of the questions I had is, and perhaps it's answered later, but what's the benefit that the city gets by allowing the drainage to, the stormwater drainage to be detained on city property off the site? Are there any benefits to the city there?
Anastasia, do you want to address that one?
Sure. This is Anastasia Urban, Development Services Manager. The floodplain that currently exists on the property is proposed to be modified to not only improve their property to adjust the floodplain limits. However, the channel that's being designed at the north end of the property will also accommodate additional flood flows that are anticipated to reduce potential flooding at the intersection of Santa Fe and Mineral. And so that channel is larger in order to accommodate some additional regional floodplain flows than would normally be required for this development for their property alone. And so as an offset, that offsite pond is being considered to adjust for the additional channel area and floodplain flows that that they're taking on their property. Additionally, the offsite pond can provide beneficial water discharge to feed some wetlands that were drying out in South Platte Park.
Okay, thank you. And then I understand that an agreement with the city needs to take place before this overall is approved with regarding this drainage. Has there been any preliminary discussions? Who ultimately will maintain that? And is it approvable within the park?
So the details of the agreement would be presented to the city council at a future date under a separate agreement consideration. As part of the zoning consideration and use of city property, when this item for the PD amendment goes to the city council consideration, that will be a question specifically asked of the city council to direct us to prepare that formal agreement. And that would include the details of maintenance obligations associated with that pond.
Okay, great. And this goes back to Mike, I think. How is the pilot, the payment in lieu of included in this agreement? Is in the base agreement or would it have to be added as a condition?
That would have to be added as a condition. And let's see, we do have Colton Hargreth here to talk about the pilot more, but really that pilot agreement would have to go to city council with the PD amendment.
Yeah, and I'll chime in. The pilot, or whatever we're going to end up calling it, a PIF, a pilot. We're speaking with Evergreen's attorney to try to figure out the best way to have that come forward. So, yeah, it's kind of a draft, but it's still in progress at this point.
Okay. I don't have anything further, Mark, at this time.
Thank you. Bruce, you're up. Dan, you'll be after.
Thank you. Clarification. I just heard something that I read, or Michael, not sure I heard it correctly, but the pilot could more or less effectively be a PIF. Is that an accurate representation?
The concepts are similar to some degree, but they're it's a revenue concept that's through an agreement. So, Reed, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, normally when we're talking about pilot payments, it's usually property taxes that we're dealing with. When we're dealing with PIF, it's a property, well, infrastructure fund. So it's generally designed to
Public
be
improvement fee.
Yeah, what Jennifer said. Public improvement fee, which is
Right.
a fee imposed upon by a property owner on a lessee. So this is something that we're trying to kind of fine tune to make sure that we can adequately, I guess, get what, if you will, whatever decrease there is in revenue by making this a largely residential as opposed to a commercial structure. So it's just kind of a nuance there, Solomon.
Okay, if memory serves, I thought that when we collected PIF kind of funds, they had to be used for specifically identified improvements. So hypothetically, if that's an accurate statement, what would we, yes, they'd be revenue, but if they'd be limited to some sort of infrastructure that was being impacted as a result of this particular development, what conceptually would that be?
You are 1000% correct. And that's why I, kind of struggle with whether we're calling it a PIF or a pilot. It's going to be called something else. And generally, yes. Normally, when you're dealing with a PIF, it's designed to support the infrastructure. And I would say that whatever revenue is going to be given back to the city, most likely we're going to want that to go into our general fund in a larger kind of balance as opposed to putting it directly back into this project. So we'll fine tune how we structure this and what it's called. I think the intent of the parties is for the applicant to offset the cost or the revenue that would be foregone by making this residential rather than commercial. So I want to get, but that's very astute of you. I would not get bogged down into calling it a particular thing other than revenue would be given to the city to offset a loss of sales tax.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you for that. Mike, quick, sort of a, let me make sure here I got my notes. You had mentioned at the outset of your presentation some economic agreements being drafted. Were the drafts essentially what we're talking about here, the quote unquote pilot arrangement, or was there more to it than that?
No, that's the gist of it, is that pilot agreement or whatever we wind up calling it.
Okay, all right, terrific. I pinged over a question yesterday, which you guys were good enough to, give me some feedback on. And according to what you provided, or I think it was you, the 2017 Littleton housing study indicated there were 7,360 multi-family units, aka apartments, in Littleton. That was in 2017. So 3 years later, I would assume that number has increased by some amount. And on this, let's see, and then from 2014 to 2017, we had permitted 1,124 units in structures with 5 or more units. And you see the report listed a possible, quote unquote, future housing stock of 7,897 units in structures, of which I would assume that 7,360 already exist. So where I'm going with this is, I guess, help me understand, from the comprehensive plan that was in place when this application was submitted, there's a number of references to developing the Santa Fe corridor to support and enhance the city's economic structure, for example. Help me understand a little bit, or the thinking, I guess. I'm not trying to be provocative, but help me understand the thinking then. The nature of the balance between the commercial that we're talking about here versus another 270 apartments, when we've already had almost 7,500, 7,360 built through 2017. Where's the balance there as far as staff is concerned vis-a-vis this particular property, which is identified repeatedly as being sort of the last largest contiguous parcel in the city, kind of, unique parcel, if you will.
Certainly, and we've worked very closely with the applicant on this, and the understanding that we've all had through this entire process was that this is a critical piece of property for the city of Littleton, as far as the big economic picture goes, the long-range economic plan. And what we wanted to make sure going through this entire program is that this property is a revenue generator for the entire city of Littleton. It's a unique property in that it sits at the busiest intersections in the city, so it's got enormous commercial potential. And switching the land uses between residential and commercial. So there's a balance to be struck with the existing zoning, which allows residential development of the property. And then when the applicant initially came in with an idea to amend the PD plan that exists, that's one of the key aspects that we looked at as both from both the staff perspective and the applicant's perspective, to make sure that there was enough commercial activity on this site to more than offset any residential activity on this site, and to make sure that in the future the property wouldn't just go all residential, which would be a real missed opportunity for this particular property. And Jennifer, did you want to add anything to that?
I think we also have to, like you said, there's competing interests. We have economic needs and we have housing needs. And as we balance and take a look at developments coming into the city, we do have to take all of those things into consideration.
The commercial, as it's laid out, which I understand is just illustrative, is there anything that would hypothetically prevent, if this were passed, I think we said half of the 88,000 square feet is retail, so 44,000 square foot. I mean, instead of a variety of dispersed locations, which I think they were talking about as restaurant and so forth, which, okay, but do they have to be dispersed or distributed pads, or could they be consolidated into a larger pad hypothetically?
I think there's a variety of ways that they be constituted. That square footage could be constituted on this site. Whether it's, that illustrative shows sort of a variety of pads, and there's, I think there's the opportunities are wide open with the PD plan to do many different configurations.
Okay, all right. Different topic, if you will. The city ditch, the piping issue, I'm going to assume that this is going to get paid for by either the city of Englewood, who wants it done, or the developer, that it's not an outflow from us, correct?
Correct. I expect, and Anastasia can correct me if I'm wrong, but I expect that the developer would pay to pipe that ditch. And there would be significant benefit to the property of piping that ditch as far as the development area goes.
Okay. On the maps that we've got in here, I think there was one map, a real detailed rendering of the topography that showed the sewer line easement, but that's it. We don't foresee that causing any problems with what's being proposed here, do we?
No, that's a guideline. Oh, and Anastasia can jump in, but that's a guideline. Really, the plat process will determine the final locations of different easements, and then the site development plans will follow, which need to make sure that buildings are out of those easements. But we keep a careful eye on that as we review plats. Anastasia,
last question. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Anastasia.
Oh, I would say we do not foresee any unusual sanitary sewer easements required for this property. Their civil engineering consultants has been working diligently on the design, with ourselves and the other districts as well. So they're well prepared to work on finalizing the details of the plat.
Okay, and I'm sort of contextually, I'm going to assume as well that there's an agreement, or there will be an agreement concerning tap fees and whatnot as far as the sewer interconnections are concerned.
Correct. There doesn't necessarily need to be a specific agreement. The tap fees are set forth in ordinance. So in this case, the city of Littleton will collect tap fees in effect at the time that the building permits are issued, and then also tap fees is paid to Southwest Metro Water and Sanitation District as well.
Okay, and then last question for me, the concurrency issue. Mike, you're coming up with a 6,000 square foot minimum on the basis of the economic model. And okay, is what it is. I guess my question is, from a latitude standpoint, hypothetically, we've seen other projects in the past where there was an intention to do commercial first, and it didn't happen. And so then we would go back and potentially acquiesce to allow retail to come in, instead. Is there any downside that you would advise against with respect to maybe increasing the 6,000 square foot to some larger number? I calculated a little over 11,000 square foot as being 25% of the 44,000 and change retail square footage. I understand where the 6,000 came from, but if we wanted to be conservative and make it a larger number to make sure, as you just pointed out, that the economic impact of this to the city is realized, that we really stipulate we need more commercial done before we do residential here.
Mike, can I break in a second? Bruce, I think you misspoke when you said we acquiesce to allowing more commercial. I think you meant acquiesce to allowing more residential.
Maybe, yeah, I fair point. Yeah, I misspoke.
All right. Mike, go ahead.
Thanks. No, thanks, Mark.
So and the condition we've proposed, it is 6,000 square feet of retail generating sales tax uses and 15,000 square feet of retail generating sales tax uses. So that's a little bit different than just 6,000 square feet of commercial. But let me turn it over to Colton, and he can talk about that question a little bit more.
Thank you for having me, Planning Commission. So yeah, we wrestled with concurrency quite a bit, kind of talking through that with the applicant and internally with staff. The reason we provided everybody the 6,000 square foot number was just to give everybody a baseline of what we need to get to a net neutral. In regards to a downside for the city, if the requirement was more, I would say from a city perspective, there is no downside. Obviously, if we had it our way, all of the commercial would be developed concurrently with the residential portion of the aspect of the project. I would say we kind of arrived at the 6,000 square foot number through conversations with the applicant, just wanting to be sensitive to market conditions and things like that. So that's how we got at the 6,000 square foot number. But in the staff report, we did include estimates for what it would look like if that number was increased to 12,000 square feet and 24,000 square feet. So if you're curious there, we do have those estimates provided, but 6,000 is just net neutral.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm all done, Mark.
Okay. Dan, you're up. Behzad, you'll be up next.
All right. Got a couple questions. I know City of Littleton voters voted for retail marijuana. Curious if that is an acceptable use, land use. I didn't see it listed specifically, permitted or excluded. Just curious.
I believe that is a prohibited use on this property. Okay. I'd have to have the applicant address that.
Okay.
And then I'll jump in, Commissioner Miller. Right now, we don't actually have very refined land use designations for either retail or medical. We do allow for our medical to be within, I think we call it what we have put in as pharmacy within our land use tables. We don't have a specific designation. I will tell you that its proximity to the Mary Carter and the locations in that, kind of the open space locations would probably prohibit that from being within those areas. We have certain buffer zones from open space, parks, things like that. So I do not believe that would be allowed.
Okay, thank you. Building height is expressed as 60 feet. In your mind, how many stories is that? And I guess my question would be, why aren't we calling out a height and stories that are permitted?
So I think the applicant could probably better answer that from what they're thinking. But from a planning perspective, usually 60 feet is 5 stories.
And then the building height calculation would be per the current city code. They're not necessarily defining their own building height.
That's correct, per the city code.
Okay. Can you tell me more about how the staff arrived at the reduced parking ratio? Was there a source that was studied, ULI, or how did you guys come about to that number?
So we came about after a lot of discussion among different staff members. Typically, your typical shopping center parking ratio is about 4 per thousand. When you've got shared parking in let's say, for example, the King Soopers at Littleton and Broadway, you're looking at about 4 spaces per thousand gross square footage in a very typical center like that. And from the get-go on this project, surface parking was seen as an issue within the development, and also with the adjacency to the light rail station, with plans that identified this site as a transit-oriented development. We wanted to make sure that probably that typical development was a little bit, that typical design is something we wanted to get away from on this particular piece of property. And looking at it, we thought that about half of that normal shopping center parking ratio would be adequate to get more of a transit-oriented design on this property. And I also wanted to note that in the condition that ratio would not apply to the reserve area, the right-of-way reserve area at the north east corner of the property. But not, we've seen studies of different communities around the nation talking about the availability of parking in different areas, and two spaces per 1,000 gross square feet is an achievable number for retail. We weren't really interested in limiting the overall number of parking spaces. If a developer needs to have 12 spaces per 1,000 gross square feet, that's fine, as long as the majority of that is structured.
Let's see. The 35 units per acre residential density. I'm curious, is that a density that we see, or that around transit-oriented design projects? Is that right in the sweet spot as far as a target, or is it high? Is it low?
So I think probably the applicant can probably better address that. They are retail experts, and they can probably address that a little bit better. But from staff's perspective, that 0.35 is very reasonable. Sometimes you see PD plans that have, a floor area ratio of 4 or something like that, and we just never see that in Littleton. That is way more dense than anything that develops commercially in Littleton.
Dan, sorry. So we did have an opportunity to look up at Littleton Village to see what density that was at, just to give you an idea. And it is in about that 38 units per acre range. And that's the AMLI, which is, Anastasia, where's the exact location on that one?
It's the Amley Apartments. They are 3 apartment buildings centered around 2 parking structures at the south end of Littleton Village, adjacent to, I believe,
Dry Creek
right there.
Yep.
But yeah, the higher density apartments there.
That's it. I have other ones for the applicant. So thank you.
Thank you. Behzad, you're up next. Jason, you're after that.
Thank you for the presentation. Good job. I had some questions that people asked, but I want to re-emphasize the density, 35 unit per acre. Maybe in Little Village is within the characteristic of that area, but when you have a riverfront development and also the RTD with the open space there, I think 35 is too high in my opinion. We need to look at the density. So the question I had for the planning staff was, this property zoned at PDC before, what was the density allowed under PD/C?
So that's a great question. They calculated the density of multifamily units in 1985 on the existing PD really differently. So it was, they allowed the floor area ratio, but equated a residential unit to about 7,000 square feet. Right, about 7,000. It's a funny calculation, but it turns out to be really dense. If you take a normal site, you can probably fit about 98 units per acre using their calculation initially. So really dense in the original zoning, but the applicant has sort of scaled that back, and generally staff is in a transit-oriented development that's kind of near the light rail station. There's a good reason to have a little bit greater density in this particular area, in staff's viewpoint, as far as residential and commercial goes.
The other question I had was regarding parking. When I did some comparison with the current regulations or statutes, I think for restaurant, for example, if I remember correctly, they need 5 for each 100 feet a square foot, or 5 per 1,000 square foot. How does this parking, for example, in one of the sheets, it say other commercial maximum 12 spaces per 1,000 square feet? Shouldn't that be minimum, not maximum?
The applicants propose that as the maximum that they would, and a lot of codes are going this way to sort of prevent over parking of sites, is to propose a maximum number of parking on a particular property.
So what's the minimum?
Maximum amount of parking. So in this particular case, the applicant has proposed a maximum of 12 spaces per 1,000 square feet of for a restaurant use. So they could do any minimum they wanted. They could have 1 space per 1,000 square feet, but you'll talk to the applicant, no restaurant's going to want to sign up for that program.
But isn't that going to cause the same issue we have with the other properties, that there's not enough parking?
Well, part of transit-oriented development is to try and limit, the total number of parking and encourage other forms of transportation onto the site.
Okay. How does this parkings compare to actual code right now?
So,
are we compromising on number of parking on this property?
The residential side is basically follows the current code. On the commercial side, I would say that it's a different philosophy from our current code. Right now, as you had mentioned, the current code specifies a minimum number of parking for each use. And then you can do shared parking among dissimilar uses. And they've incorporated the shared parking portion, but unlike our current code, the proposal here is to limit the maximum number of parking spaces. So it's a different philosophy entirely from our current code on the commercial side.
But we have not changed the code. So how can the philosophy change if we have an existing code that has different philosophy? Shouldn't that go to the council for approval of policy on the code first before you decide what you want to do?
Well, so this is the point of a custom zoning district. It's a planned development district gets to write its own rules, and part of the mission of a planned development district is to provide some flexibility for development under special circumstances. So when you look at this, and they're showing a different philosophy in parking, that's within the parameters of a planned development district and the intent of a planned development district.
Are the streets going to be dedicated to the city?
South Platte River Parkway is intended to be dedicated to the city, as is Nichols. All other streets in the development, if there are other streets, would be privately owned and maintained.
So the metro district that is going to be formed or it has formed is not going to take care of those streets.
The Metropolitan District, Anastasia can probably answer this better than I can.
Sure. Ultimate maintenance obligations and shared costs will be defined in a future subdivision improvement agreement. That subdivision improvement agreement would be presented to this council associated with the final plat. There may be special amenities that the city would look to the Metro District to specifically maintain, but the actual roadway, at least curb to curb, would be ultimately city owned and maintained.
So curb and gutter, sidewalk replacement, the stormwater management, all those are going to be defined.
They will be defined in the subdivision improvement agreement, correct?
Okay, I had a question regarding the retention pond. Is that a wet bottom or dry bottom pond?
I am going to call on Carolyn Roan, our water resource manager, to discuss the function and features of the pond.
You can call, but she might not answer.
Yeah, yes, I know she's on chat. Carolyn, you may be on mute if you can hear us.
We will have an answer for you momentarily.
Yes, the detailed design is still in the works, but my understanding is that it would be dry for the majority of the time. And if Carolyn jumps back in, we can clarify, or the applicant's consultants could clarify that as well from HKS.
And that area is city property. So city going to own and maintain the detention/retention pond.
The property is owned by the city. The details of the maintenance agreement are still to be worked out and presented to the city council for future consideration.
Okay, is there any environmental impact wildlife especially have done on this property?
The agency referrals that we have sent out for this zoning amendment entail all of the related agencies that we send referrals to. There were comments, not specifically, I'm not sure to the zoning, right? Because the zoning doesn't authorize the construction. The zoning authorizes the land use. But things like the plat and the construction documents will authorize the construction. But there were referrals sent to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and there is a wetland report and assessment associated with the design of the pond and development of the property. And it does look like we have Carolyn joined in, and the question was the pond being a dry bottom or wet bottom, and my understanding is dry bottom, but wanted you to just confirm that.
Yeah, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, the pond that's proposed will be dry the majority of the time. A small portion of the pond is going to be used by the development for their flows during runoff events. And so, after a major storm or whatnot, that particular area might be wet for a short period of time until it's discharged. But otherwise, yes. The majority of the pond is a spreading feature for flood flows for Jackass Gulch. And those are only in excess of what is currently contained within a storm sewer system in Mineral Avenue. And so only in excess of, say, like a 10-year storm event or very rare flood. Would you see flows in those?
Okay, there is a couple of cottonwood trees or series of cottonwood trees on Inglewood ditch, and they had historically bald eagle. So piping the eagle ditch, in my opinion, going to impact that, but I think Fish and Wildlife can comment on that. I just wanted to see if that's done. That was basically my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, you're up. Sherry, you're up next.
Right, thank you. I do have a number of questions about some of the uses in the design standards, but I'll hold those until after the applicant has spoken. Also have some questions about pedestrian connectivity, bicycle connectivity, which I'll save until after the applicant's presentation. But I do have a couple questions about signs and architectural forms. The South Platte River corridor design objectives really discourage flat roofs, and in looking through the design criteria, I did not see a limitation on the amount of flat roofs. So I'm just wondering if there is a limitation on the number of buildings that can feature flat roofs within this development.
No, I don't believe there is any limitation in the current design standards for flat roofs. It does support the architectural theme of agrarian architecture that's specified in the South Platte River Corridor area. So there's that aspect of it, but I don't think it necessarily discourages flat roofs.
Okay. Then I notice in the harvest area, vertical mixed uses are allowed, but not required. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So there's no minimum number of stories. So we could have development in that area that is 100% one-story buildings.
That's correct. There is no minimum.
All right. And is there a maximum square footage on building footprints? One of the approved uses I noticed was a distribution warehouse, which can be a very large structure. But I did not see a maximum square footage on building footprints, and just wanting to confirm that there is not one.
No, I don't believe there is a maximum square footage.
All right. And then on signage, I did not see anything about electronic message centers or like LED signs. And I'm just wondering if those are permitted within this shopping center or prohibited or otherwise regulated.
So those would be regulated in accordance with the Littleton City Code. Anything that's not identified specifically in the design standards or the zoning documents would be regulated by city code, and that would be an example of one.
Okay, and this might be a question for transportation. You know, there's mention of a future pedestrian overpass, and wondering whether there's a development contribution towards that overpass. It does seem that this development could generate a lot of pedestrians that may have an impact on our transportation network.
I'll start, and Aaron and Brent can jump in. So the concept of the pedestrian overpass is in a very preliminary stage at this point. It is a concept that we do not want to lose sight of, given the high volumes of Mineral Avenue and the proximity of the RTD station and other uses north of Mineral as well. But currently there is not an active detailed plan for that bridge. So there is not a funding agreement in place. The SIA would be a place to identify funding cost shares for that. And I believe the Metro District, while it doesn't explicitly require funding, but if the bridge were to come into fruition, the Metro District could potentially provide a proportion of the funding source. And I'm sure the developer will clarify that too if I'm off base. But I do believe it was an eligible expense in the Metro District.
Great. Thank you, and I'll wait to hear from the applicant before asking other questions.
Sherry, you're up next. David, you're after that.
I have just a few questions. The first is regarding the fiscal analyses. Did the Office of Economic Development or Department review that change the commercial land use to assisted living? Or did they review it in general and give input on the model?
Yeah, I can go ahead and answer that one. We did
Okay.
review the change from commercial to assisted living. If the pilot, or whatever we're calling it, the revenue transfer is approved, we actually do support the assisted living use, considering it would represent a fairly stable revenue for the city long term.
Okay. And then my next question is regarding the pilot and the assisted living. If the assisted living development does not go, would there be an opportunity to revert that change in land use to commercial?
That's our recommendation, actually. Yeah, the assisted living, we would like to be contingent upon that pilot, whatever we want to call it. And if the pilot is not approved, we would like to see that as either commercial retail or office space.
It seems that should be a condition, as this is approved.
Agreed.
Okay, good to know. All right, and my third question is on the access and traffic. There was, first of all, could you give us some information about the timing of the configuration of the lights on Santa Fe in regard to the left turn signal at Mineral and then also onto Nichols? Would that be simultaneous with the development process or beginning of development on the parcel?
Sure. This is Aaron Human. I work for the city as the transportation engineering manager. Hopefully you can see me. So you're asking specifically at Santa Fe and Mineral how the timing would work, or how in coordination with a signal at Nichols?
Coordination.
Okay.
Not the physical signal, but the actual reconfiguration of traffic flow.
Sure. So not to go into too much detail, but the concept of the quad road, in other words, Nichols and Platte River Parkway, would be to divert traffic away from the Mineral Santa Fe intersection, specifically the left turns. So we take the left turns away from the congested intersection, put them on this alternative route. And what that allows us to do is limit the number of phases at the intersection and allow a lot more time for through traffic to continue moving on Mineral and Santa Fe. Now, with the addition of the signal so closely spaced at Nichols and Santa Fe, and the one at Mineral and Platte River Parkway, those three signals will all work in coordination. So the way traffic would flow around it, ideally they'd run into a green light as they go. The idea wouldn't be that now you have to stop at multiple locations because you're making a left turn onto a side road. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And then as part of that, there were different, I think there was a question asked later, additional questions. I think Mark asked about more detail on the quadrant as well as the, the time, or the configuration of the left-hand turn lanes and all that. But on the quadrant design, would that occur then, or could you just clarify when that would occur? Because the presentation shows a little bit different or no configuration, and then we were provided with a handout that has different scenarios. So
Sure.
When would that be decided on how that quadrant intersection might work?
Right. So what CDOT, who owns and maintains Santa Fe, has directed for us to start with is they'd like to what we call a 3/4 movement at Nichols and Santa Fe, which would prohibit that left turn movement from Nichols to go northbound on Santa Fe. We're still in talks with CDOT since the traffic study for this project was just recently completed, and CDOT did have a chance to review it. We're going to meet with them again to talk about the results of that and how we think Nichols and Santa Fe should be a full movement to begin with. So it would allow those left turns out. It would restrict all the left turns at Santa Fe and Mineral at the same time. It allows us a lot more flexibility to how to operate the quad road and to build other mitigation measures along Mineral also. So I can't tell you exactly how that's going to be phased right now. We're pushing with CDOT to try and get it so it's only phased one time. So we build the whole quad road, how it's going to operate at one time. And then if and when we get the funding for an interchange in the distant future, then that's what would replace the configuration of the quad road at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for me.
Good, Chair. Thank you. David, you're up, and Robin, you're up next.
Okay, I guess I'll just start at the top here. So you mentioned the 2 per 1,000 maximum for retail, correct?
Surface parking, correct.
Right. And then there's also a half space per unit for the residential.
Correct.
And that's for the multifamily on the west side?
That's correct. Commercial include senior living, and the multifamily would be under the 0.5.
Okay, but the comparison chart here shows that they're looking for 1.5 to 1 unit per 1,000. Actually, 1 unit because it's near light rail, right?
Correct. Yeah, that and I'm glad you clarified that, Commissioner Bolt, because that is a change from our code standards, that the closer they are to light rail, the fewer spaces they would have to have. But that 1.5 is based on the city code standard right now.
Right. So how do you have a minimum of 1 space per unit and a maximum of a half space per unit?
So the minimum number of spaces is required for the development. So, for example, a 100 unit development would require 100 spaces if it's 100 total spaces if it's near light rail, or 150 spaces if it's a little further away. And that's total spaces. But only if you have the surface parking requirement of 0.5 surface spaces, then 50 of those spaces would have to be within a structure if it was near light rail and they were required to have 100 spaces. And that could be a garage, it could be a parking structure, it could be a variety of different things. Or let's say it's a little farther away from light rail and they were required to have 150 spaces or 1.5 spaces per unit. 75 of those could be surface parking spaces, a maximum of 75 could be just open air surface spaces. And then the other 75 would have to be either in a garage or a parking structure or something like that. Does that?
Yeah, so could that include a garage that's attached to the building that has the unit in it?
Yes, it could.
Okay. All right. So the half is specific to surface parking that's open on the site.
That's correct.
Okay. And then I thought I read that the current PD says that the multifamily should be on the east side of the property, and we're trying to move it to the west. Is that right?
That's correct.
And why? Yeah. I mean, to me, it seems more logical to have the commercial. I don't remember anymore what we talked about on this property in the past, but it seems to me that the commercial should be on the east, on Santa Fe. But is there a reason why?
Yes.
That's where they're proposing it.
Yeah. But is there a reason why? I'm just curious why the current PD is the way it is.
So Chairman Rudnicki maybe had some insights into.
Yes, I've been here. He probably has a worse memory than me, and I can't remember. So.
How this originally developed, but I think when it was originally developed at commercial use.
I'm losing you.
So I think we may have lost Mike there, but what he was trying to get, the 1985 plan, and Mark, you can jump in here too, really had more of an office Park horizontal mixed use approach to it. So there was really office and residential mix throughout the entire PD. But Mark, is that how you would interpret that?
A little differently. It was the policy line in the sand of Littleton for any development along the Platte River corridor to be commercial and office space. The thinking was that after 5 o'clock, businesses shut down, the lights go off, and the wildlife is protected and coddled, etc. And that held up for years. And until the development right behind Aspen Grove to the west there, they broke that thinking and they constructed their apartment buildings. But that was the reason. They wanted residential to be, which is more intense and in use more hours of the day, to be away from the river, not against the river. And that was a city policy as well as South Platte Park. And South Suburban.
Yeah, I guess I remember a few years ago, it was the city's policy for the remaining few open parcels, including that one that's on Platte River Parkway, that's another evergreen development. That was going to be all commercial. And of course, they changed their minds on that one too. Okay, so then my next question is, the reduction in commercial to 6,000 minimum, is that due to specifically or related specifically to the assisted living? I thought that's what I saw, but
Yes, it is, and Colton can answer that.
Sorry about that. Jumped the gun a bit. But yes, so it is taking the assisted living facility, specifically the pilot, into account. Without the pilot, obviously, you're going to see expenditures exceeding revenues by an even greater amount. So the 6,000 square feet is just to bridge that negative to positive gap, basically, and get us neutral.
Okay. And then the 6,000 square feet, does that include the gas station that we were talking, that is mentioned in here, or not?
It could include the gas station. That'll be up to the developer. Yeah, probably a better question for what they have planned initially, but
right, but
no specific use.
That 6,000 minimum, that doesn't exclude the gas station as part of that parcel is included in the 6,000. I mean, whatever it turns out to be.
Correct. It could be.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I just want to make sure I understood that whatever. I don't know how to say it, because the gas station, I guess, wouldn't have to, or whatever it was, wouldn't have to be on that corner. But if they built a gas station, it would be included in the 6,000. Or if they built a little center on the corner, that would be included. Okay, so I think I get that. Then on the drainage, I think somebody answered my first question, but does the drainage, the offsite drainage, does that take into account? It was mentioned that that culvert is larger so that it can accommodate some of the site's drainage, but is it, I'm assuming that this is the case, but is it take into account that when there's a flood that's taking some of that mineral Santa Fe flood water off during a flood event, is the site also included in that? So the maximum amount of flood wouldn't overwhelm that culvert? You know what I mean?
I'll take this question. Yeah, that's right, David. We asked, as part of the negotiations for this project, we asked them to extend their channel for Jackass Gulch to extend into the intersection to help relieve some of the flooding depth that results with that flooding. So that channel will take the Jackass Gulch off-site drainage as well.
Okay.
And then the pond that's proposed on the city property will also take the site drainage.
Okay, so in a real flood event, we're not any worse off.
That's right.
In that case, okay. All right, and then I'm going to step back just to a related question I had. We were talking about the pedestrian bridge and how it may or may not be built, but we're talking about reducing parking because we're near light rail, but then asking people to run across Mineral. How do they cross, and do they have to cross at that Platt? They have to walk from the light rail all the way over to the Platt Park Road and then cross there, or will there be another crossing somewhere else? It seems like a lot to ask for somebody to go all the way over to that intersection to cross just to get to, say, a restaurant or something.
Mike, do you want me to answer this one?
It's more of
yes,
a
please, Aaron.
But
Sure. Yeah, the way the layout is right now proposed, and obviously change, they would have the ability to come down and cross either at Santa Fe and Mineral at the signal there, or go down to the Mineral Platte River Parkway intersection and cross at either of those signals.
Right.
With a walk signal, so that hopefully no one will be running across the street. We would really not want to see that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I remember correctly, though, if you're getting off the light rail, it's not an easy. You have to walk across the grass or the snow to get to the corner of Santa Fe and Mineral. And my concern is that we're not making it easy. I mean, it's like the Aspen Grove to the north. We're not making it easy for people to avail themselves of the light rail and say, oh yeah, this is we have great access to all this stuff, when you really don't. And again, I mean, what I meant was it's more of a rhetorical question, because I don't know if there's an answer to it. I'm concerned about pedestrians and what they would want to do or not want to do. And we're reducing parking, assuming that people are going to cross the street from light rail, and I wouldn't want to do that, especially if it's cold out. I have a hard enough time getting up to Aspen Grove from the light rail when I get off the train, or when I was using the train. But okay.
So Commissioner Bolt, a quick comment on that, if I may. I think part of the reason that staff recommended the maximum surface parking number is to encourage structured parking. And in our view, the best way to address that connectivity between the RTD and this site would be through structured parking. We looked at a lot of different alternatives. You have a pedestrian overpass, for example, but we think probably the best way to people walking from the RTD site to this property back and forth would be to connect two parking structures on either side of Mineral with a pedestrian bridge.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then another question I was answered, but I have another concern about the turn lane. If you're going to divert all left turns onto Nichols, and then they have to then turn left onto Mineral at Platt Park, isn't that going to back up all the way to Santa Fe? I mean, it backs up pretty far already with two left turn lanes.
So the way I was discussing before, the signals will be coordinated to encourage that and to help the traffic move through those left turn lanes. We've done modeling. We actually had a study done separate from this to look at the regional traffic. And so it shows the traffic will flow quite well. But that you have to build the appropriate turn lanes and storage to accommodate that, because obviously there's going to be traffic internal to the site that'll still want to turn left there also.
Okay. All right. And then I saw on the is it called a conversion? On the proposed amendment that they want to have 5-foot setbacks on Nichols and Platt Park. Is that wide enough for sidewalks? 5 feet?
So that would be inclusive of the public right-of-way. And we would anticipate that the public right-of-way would include the sidewalks. So when you're talking about a 5-foot setback, that is from typically the back edge of the sidewalk.
Okay, good. And then the other thing I was concerned about, kind of related to that, is the open space. They want to change 25% for each parcel to 25% for the whole district. And I'm concerned that someone could put all the open space on one parcel, or this may be an extreme, and then put all the concrete on another parcel. You know what I mean? Rather than distributing open space throughout the whole development.
That's been a concern for staff as well, although there are several developments that operate the way that this one planned to do, where open space is considered on a project-wide basis. It's not uncommon in some of the other areas of Littleton, such as South Park, where open space is considered on a project-wide basis. So it's been done before. We were a little bit concerned with it too, but I think the applicant's been working with us on that, and the proposed PD amendment has a good distribution of amenities, such as that trail area on the western side of the development. You've got the drainage area on the northern side, and some opportunities for plazas on both the Harvest and River District sides.
Okay. All right. That's my last question. Thanks.
Robin, you're up next.
So I think I would like to start with probably with Colton. I have a concurrency question. So you talk about the 6,000 square feet with a pilot being a net neutral. My question is has any unforeseeable circumstances been taken into account where the city could actually go and not have enough to cover the expenses for the residential?
No, the projections are all through our economic model, which was developed by consultant economic and planning systems. So for any unforeseen circumstances, are you referring to anything specific?
No, I'm just, there's always these unintended consequences when we're doing things. And being as, the allowing a lot more of the residential does have a negative impact on the city financially. My only thought was, is that built into that 6,000 where you have unexpected consequences, unforeseeable circumstances, where suddenly it's even though you might have that 6,000 square feet, I don't know, maybe a store opens and then suddenly closes for strange reasons or whatever, I don't know. But is the city covered for those types of things with the 6,000? A little bit of extra cush to make sure.
Sure. I think I understand now. Yeah, the one thing I will say about this is the pilot does represent, kind of like I touched on earlier, that stable source of revenue. So the primary unforeseen circumstances I can see would be something along the lines of an economic recession where we do see a sales tax dip. Since it is such a small footprint, we haven't accounted for any sort of wiggle room. So if you did want to address that, it might come in the form of increasing that requirement, because that does assume that we have 6,000 square feet of taxable space every single year. So there wouldn't be much wiggle room.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This might be for, I don't know, Aaron and Stasia. It's about the traffic. So the quad road dissects that Harvest district. Do we anticipate any safety hazards where, say, someone's on one side of the district and then they want to go to a store on the other side? I don't know if they're looking to walk. The idea, this is walkability, has any kind of safety requirements for pedestrians going over that, Nichols at that point?
Well, across Nichols or across Platte River Parkway, both the anticipation would be that they go to the intersection to cross. So with the roundabout, there'd be provisions for pedestrians and bicyclists to get through the roundabout. And then the other two ends would be signalized either at Mineral and Platte River Parkway or at Nichols and Santa Fe for them to cross at.
So there's no other pedestrian, sometimes we have intersections that are pretty far apart, especially where we're looking at a lot of pedestrians. There's going to be a crosswalk to alleviate the fact that they might be having to going up so far, coming back, going down, and you know how people are, they're going to want to go across. So you don't anticipate any safety issues in that manner?
It's not that I don't anticipate safety issues. It's just at the level that we have right now, since it isn't really a site plan, it's hard to speculate exactly how the layout is going to be and where people want to go. So our focus has been at the intersections for now.
Okay.
When we do get to the site development plan level, we'll work with the developer to try and make it as safe as possible then.
Thanks, I appreciate that part. The roundabout, that's just a potential, or is it already set in stone?
Well, nothing's set in stone, nothing's been built, but we're encouraging that. We think that'll operate best for the purposes of the quad road, as opposed to putting another signalized intersection internally that we'd have to coordinate with the others. A quad road that allows a lot more free flow, and majority of the time, this isn't going to be a congested area. It's mainly going to be during peak operations. So a roundabout will work really well for all the residents that live there and stuff to be able to get around and throughout the site internally without a lot of stopping and going is the thought there.
Agreed. You've seen how in Castle Rock they're doing those roundabouts, and that really does make a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
So in the traffic report, this might be more Mike, you don't see any red flags, anything you're concerned about, the missing data that you're looking for to have by the time you go to city council. You expect that to probably flow pretty easily and no concerns there.
That's definitely an Aaron question.
Okay, Aaron.
Sorry, my dogs are going crazy in the background. You must have really got their hackles up with this question. So we feel like the traffic study has adequately addressed the issues and identified the issues, both with regional traffic and traffic from the development. The only thing that we feel is lacking right now is the obligation of who's going to mitigate some of that traffic. And so that's what we want to refine with the development team before we go to city council. So the traffic study has an adequate job of actually analyzing everything. It's just a matter of defining who's going to be responsible for what and when those provisions need to be put in place based on as different land uses come into operation and things like that.
Okay. And going back to the quad road is going to happen. Just how it's going to happen is not quite determined yet.
So we have secured funding through TIP, so Transportation Improvement Program, through the federal government in the amount of $9.1 million. So that we have to spend on developing a quad road. So yes, the quad road will be built regardless of whether this development goes forward or we have to do it separately by obtaining land in this property and then putting it in that way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So my last question's on parking. So obviously the idea here is to force structured parking. What other development would you compare this to for what you were anticipating with only allowing the 2 per 1,000 for the surface? Are you talking like a Belmar? What kind of area are you looking at when you think about that?
So there's several different, locally, there's several different types of developments that, and I would say it encourages structured parking. Belmar is probably a good example of a development that has a mix of surface parking and structured parking. Also, Streets at South Glen is probably a good example of a larger development that has probably quite a bit of surface parking versus structured parking that's available. There are other developments in the area, such as the Landmark in Greenwood Village, that most of it is structured parking. And I think with the reserve area being allowed to have, being exempt from the surface parking maximum, we're kind of aiming for a middle ground of development that encourages structured parking, but doesn't absolutely require structured parking or have 100% structured parking. That wasn't staff's goal.
Okay, so when when you're talking about that the one corner that we do allow more, if they wanted to have a layout that didn't necessarily support that, then they probably would be forced to go to a structure.
Oh, I'm not sure I understood that question. Okay. If they had a layout.
So you were talking about that some of the surface areas where the 2 to 1,000 are not required is in that corner over there by the light rail, correct? Okay.
Correct.
So if they're looking at a layout where that isn't conducive to have that area with the surface area, then you're going to more or less force them to do a parking structure elsewhere, since you don't have leeway anywhere else for surface parking but that one area.
It would certainly encourage us, if they were to put structures within that reserve area, let's say, and not use it as a parking area, or if they were to use it as a landscaped area, that would put more pressure on the areas outside of the reserve to have structured parking.
So when you look at a place like South Glen, I like that idea. You're saying that's kind of a little bit more of a hybrid. It's not like a Landmark, or it's not so much as a Belmar, which have nightmare traffic in general there. The South Glen has the surface parking for, like, the grocery stores, some of the department stores, the area where you have like Best Buy and that sort of stuff. And then you have the area in the middle that has the residential, the high-rise residential, and then I don't see how, I'm a little confused on exactly how this 2 per 1,000 is going to create that kind of a look.
There's a lot of design elements that go into a development, and this is where as the applicant is showing an illustrative plan, it's just an illustrative plan. With this recommended condition of approval to encourage structured parking, we'd have to work pretty closely with the developer of the property to ensure that it has a look and feel that works, that you're getting a good design as well. And the applicant has provided some, with the design review committee, there's sort of an extra layer there to get better design, even before it comes into the city. But we'd be looking at that pretty carefully. And there's there's a lot of examples of parking garages around the metropolitan area that we all know of that are not good. And I think the applicant has pointed out some of those structures that are really difficult to use. And I think some of that can be resolved through the design of the structure. There's also structures around the metropolitan area that are very easy to use. And that particular component really comes down to the design of the structure and how it's thought of and how it's built.
So you think your surface requirement parking limit of 2 to 1,000 gives enough flexibility, though?
I think it does give some degree of flexibility, and then it doesn't mandate a specific design, but we can work with the applicant to make sure that we try not to repeat the mistakes of parking structures that everybody hates going into.
What's one that we like going into?
For example, Streets of South Glen is that parking structure is actually pretty nice. And when, depending on where you're going in the streets of South Glen, when I'd go to the old Sears building that's no longer there, of course you're not going to park in the parking structure. You're going to park in the gigantic parking lot that's right out in front of Sears. But if you're going to the movies at the streets of South Glen, that's where you want to park, is the parking structure, because you kind of walk down the main street. Another example is the Cherry Creek Mall, where really that's the place where you want to park, is the parking structure most of the time. When you go in there, you have to pay for it now, but still they validate, they'll validate the parking passes there, and really that's the most convenient place to park, is the parking structure.
Those are good examples. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. If you could keep your answers to my questions brief, yes and no is good.
No.
Thank you. That shoots me down there. Several of my questions have already been asked. Let's see. The surface parking shown in the PD amendment illustrative plan, I assume that is with the 5 spaces per 1,000 and the 14 or 12, 13 spaces per 1,000. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that would fit.
Full boat surface parking plan. Okay. Yes. All right.
Yes.
Let's see. Throw a little humor in here. In the use table on page 8 in the PD amendment, you get to religion and it says not allowed. Immediately below, you go to churches. Churches are allowed, and I'm wondering, is it whatever, Our Lady of the Agnostics, or what's going on there? That there's a little bit of an error there.
There's a few little hiccups in the land use table.
There are. I counted 4 or 5 that are awkward, that wouldn't hold up my vote for or against this, but I need to talk to you about them. In the harvest area, you can do vertical mixed use if 75% of the main floor be commercial. 25% can be like lobbies or whatever, and stairwells to get to the apartments up above. I don't want to end up doing kind of a Grove thing where they finagle the zoning or the code or this PD and say the parking that is required for the residential, they call that commercial because they rent that out an additional charge. Has that been addressed?
We were looking at that as well, and we think we have addressed that with the current condition.
You must address that, or they could, instead of the 75% real commercial or real retail, you've got parking. That has to be avoided. Let's see. So with the 6,000 square feet required in order to build or to occupy the residential, does that mean once that 6,000 target is reached, you can occupy all the residential units?
With a pilot, that is correct.
Okay, got it. Let's see, there's an error in the executive summary in Lot D. The original PD allows for a 50-foot height limit. You're saying that this is in the northwest corner of the original PD. You said it allows 70 feet. It does not. It allows 50 feet. So
okay, thank you.
Correct that. Goes to council. It does skew, comparisons with what existing height limits are versus the new height limits proposed. Let's see. In the harvest area for skip that. Let me just go to this. On page 9 of the PD amendment, the architecture forms, let me quote, roof slopes may not have ridges exceeding 95 feet. Where did that 95 feet come? We have a 60-foot height limit being proposed. Now we have 95 feet. Is that an error, or what's going on? I assume 60 foot, when you calculate 60-foot height limit, that means 60 foot to whatever peak. It's not halfway.
That is correct.
It's not parapets. You're not allowed to put faux, like Aspen Grove, faux water tanks and all that. 60 feet is 60 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's
I see Dan moving his hands horizontally.
I think it means you can't have an expanse of 95 feet without a break.
It's 95 feet of height. It's 95 horizontal.
Horizontal before you have some articulation of some sort.
Well, as they said on Saturday Night Live, excuse me. Okay.
During the applicant's presentation, he can clarify that.
Okay. Well, that's nice to have. Let's see. I think that's enough of my questions. Or any other questions for staff? Seeing none, we are going to take a 10-minute Bruce, right under the gun.
What? Sorry about that. Real quick, Mike. We haven't really talked about lighting at all. You mentioned that whatever lighting here, if it's not stipulated, it'll be covered by the code. Given the proximity to the park, do we need to consider any incremental shielding or downward lighting attributes or so forth and so on? I'm just asking. We haven't talked about it yet.
They do have some of that built into their design standards to have shielded lighting near the park, and we'd be careful about that in the site development plan stage as well. And okay. I want to mention one more thing. So I think we do have Doug Tisdale here from RTD, who will give some testimony during the public hearing portion, but he's available for questions as well. And we also have Melissa Reese Thacker here from South Suburban Parks and Recreation, who is available for questions. And I believe she will give she may or may not give a presentation during the public comment section.
I just wanted to say hello to Mr. Tisdale. I haven't seen you in a while, and it's good to see you again.
I do have one more question. If we allow, if the applicant wants to put in vertical residential in the harvest area, does that square footage on the upper levels come out of the commercial, which I hope it doesn't? Or is there enough square footage available left over so they can do some mixed-use residential upper level in the harvest area?
Let's see if I've got the understanding of that correctly. I think they can do vertical mixed uses, whether it's residential on top of retail or office on top of retail, or different uses like that are allowed in the harvest district, and that square footage total, it's handled separately with parking. It's not like it counts differently. I'm not answering your question well. I can tell.
I'm mostly interested in the residential. I'm hoping that vertical residential happens in the harvest area, but I don't want the square footage to come out of the commercial requirement. And so the question is, can they do it? Is there enough left over somewhere else where they can do some residential above?
Yes, we kind of encourage that too for a transit-oriented development to have some vertical mixed uses. And if residential is one of those vertical mixed uses, you still have the base of commercial that helps support that residential above.
Okay, you might make it clarify the further you go into the process, where does the square footage come from? Okay.
Mr. Sutherland gave a good attorney answer, so thank you.
Which means I don't quite understand. Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
All right. Any other questions? Bruce isn't waving his finger, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. Be aware that the mic is still open during the 10 minutes. Anyway, keep that in mind. So we'll take a break. It's looks like 8:45. So 8:50, we will continue with the applicant presentation. Please proceed.
I just need someone to let me turn my video on because it's been blocked. If that's okay.
Caitlin, are you able to do that? To allow Tyler to share screen?
Should I just share my screen? Will that?
Try to just hit share screen.
There we go. Okay. Am I on now? Okay, perfect. Well, thank you all
We
for.
see you, but not your presentation, Tyler.
Yep, I'm pulling it up just right now. So thank you all for giving me the opportunity. My name is Tyler Carlson. I'm the managing partner of Evergreen Development. And the good news is Michael did such a great job with his presentation. He covered some of what I was going to cover tonight, and I do want to reserve time at the end to try to address your various questions. But again, we're here to talk about River Park, a little bit about Evergreen. We were founded in 1974. We are a retail and multifamily development company. And I think one thing that separates us apart is we do a lot of public-private partnerships with cities and towns. And as a result, we try to be very thoughtful as we go through our zoning process because we really do value the input of our stakeholders and especially our neighborhood and civic stakeholders. You can't do as many PPPs as we do without taking a different tact. That's why it's taken us honestly 3 years to get to you. We closed on this property in December 2017. I didn't think it would take us 3 years to get to Planning Commission, but it did for a variety of reasons. And one of the reasons is that we decided early on we wanted to work collaboratively with staff to improve the zoning. We could have built in 2018 off of the current zoning. It has 90% of what we're going to build today. It had multifamily, it had retail potential, it allowed gas stations, it allowed, all kinds of stuff. But we thought that it was flawed and that we could do better. And so what's before you tonight is the result of a tremendous sausage making operation with staff to come up with a project that we think balances all the various stakeholders and competing interests for this site. And we've done that, with all of our projects. These are just a few pictures of a handful of them. We try to work hard on creating places, and most importantly, intimate places where people will actually gather and use them. We try to create building scale that allows for people to feel safe and want to linger and hang out and not just drive in and out necessarily. And even when there is a drive-through oriented use like a Starbucks in this photo, we do it in a way that is attractive and makes the scale of the project feel welcoming and warm. We've done over 600 projects over 46 years, and half of our current ones are here in Colorado. And the reason why we do that is because we don't overpromise. We try to do is we try to underpromise, overdeliver, and we've been very thoughtful in creating standards with staff that we think are actually developable. What we don't want to have happen is create zoning like happened at Littleton Village that's fantasy, that is undeliverable. And that's why that project has matriculated the way it has, is because it was zoned for a residential component. The retail was doomed from the get-go, and I could have told you that when it was approved, but that's not the tact we took. What we try to do is create a thoughtful balance of what market realities are, and then again trying to create aspirational zoning and design requirements that will at the end of the day yield a project we can all be excited to visit. I don't need to go over the adjacencies, you understand them, but this is a really unique site because it does have to balance urban, suburban, and rural all in one damn site, and it's impossible because you have a light rail station that wants true urbanity. We've got neighbors to the east who came out with pitchforks and torches a couple years ago and almost ran RTD, and its stationary master plan process out of the room because of a virulent opposition to density and height. We've got South Suburban wanting to maintain wildlife on the Platte River side, and we've got a future, very significant single-family residential project coming to the south of us, and we're right in the middle. It's an impossible task to make everyone happy. But what we've tried to do is to focus on the most important aspects of each one of the stakeholders and adjacency and try to put them into a pot that we think creates a stew that will be desirable for everyone to come enjoy this project. So a little bit about the current zoning. This is the old original zone parcel map. It's fairly Byzantine. It is obsolescent for a lot of reasons. It allows weird uses like mineral extraction, assembly plants. It does allow up to 953 residential units on zone parcels B and D, which is an insane amount of density, which does equivalent to, I think 95 units per acre. That's like downtown zoning. And then it has very massive setbacks off of Nichols, which are frankly pointless because it's just wasted space for wasted space's reason. What we did is we looked to dial back the heights across the board to 50 and 60 feet. In terms of our building heights, we increased the setbacks on pretty much every one of our perimeter sides, and we reduced the setbacks along Nichols because it was a wasted setback. And we also designed Platte River Parkway in consultation with the city's traffic department and with CDOT so that it can ultimately function with the quad road design that was been talked a little bit about previously. One of our challenges is the fact that there are not only so many stakeholders, but there's literally 12 different plans that have some sort of feedback or input on what should be on this site. And if you read through these plans, they sometimes they align and sometimes they compete and have different recommendations. And that's part of the reason that it's taken us so long to work through this zoning process with staff, is to focus on the most important aspects of each one of these plans so that we're trying to incorporate that into here, because it's literally impossible to follow every single plan to the letter of the law, and that's just the reality of having 12 different plans that have evolved over the years. The things that we focus the most on is number one, increasing revenue to the city, and we will want to complement, because we're nice people, but really it's complement with an E, Aspen Grove, so that our project from a revenue standpoint is additive to the existing sales tax base. And this is where we took a very big pivot about a year ago. We had a prior application that was actually scheduled for the Planning Commission hearing in the November, I believe, of 2019. It was more heavily focused on density and mixed use. And what we came up with when we went through the economic development process was an insufficient amount of revenue generating commercial. It was around, I think, 50,000 square feet was kind of the anticipated amount of revenue. And that was not going to be enough to support the amount of density that the city was looking for. And so we actually pulled our application from your hearing schedule. I'm not sure if you even knew it was there, and made a very significant and thoughtful pivot towards creating a more of a revenue focus, because it's our understanding that city councils receive feedback from its financial advisors that unless something changes in Littleton in 5 years, the city will be bankrupt. And we did not want to contribute to that problem. We want to help address that problem. And the way we did that was by dialing up the retail focus, dialing back some of the higher density mixed use focus, which was coming at the detriment of the sales tax potential. And that's where we have today, where we think there's going to be around 90,000 square feet of commercial space, and probably, I think, more than half, but around a half from an underwriting standpoint of being sales tax generating. That's kind of at the lower end. I've got one plan with one anchor tenant potentially who dials that up to around 100,000 square feet. So but the goal was to, again, create a more strategic balance between revenues and expenses, and to create a platform where we could be a significant revenue contributor to the city. And right now, the current economic development plan shows the city collecting $1 million a year in sales taxes from this completed project at build out. That's a significant deal that's going to move the needle for the city, as long as we don't let the zoning get in the way. The other thing is spending insane amount of time working on traffic. I've never worked on more traffic analysis or spent more money on traffic engineers than I have in any project of Evergreen's history. And that includes building a freeway interchange in Wheat Ridge right now, which we're just finishing up in the Applewood neighborhood. But the quad road, we're supportive of. We're glad to participate in that. And we're also very happy that we're able to solve some of the existing regional drainage issues associated with the Jackass Gulch and the overtopping of the intersection during flood events. So those are some really important things that have driven this project since the beginning. And then, of course, our adjacencies, which I've mentioned previously. The proposed zoning highlights, our focus was creating a pedestrian-oriented mixed-use project, allowing for both vertical and horizontal mixed use. One of the questions before in the Q&A before was about the ability to aggregate open space, and we did that very intentionally so that we could aggregate open space areas so that we could create gathering spaces, because a bunch of lawns spread out here and there and landscape planners might be pretty, but they're not usable. And it's my personal pet peeve when developers and planners create public spaces that look pretty but are never utilized, and that's because they're putting open space in the wrong location. And what we try to do is focus on creating open space and public plaza areas where they'll actually be used by real customers. And to do that, you've got to take a real deep dive into the psychology of the consumer, how they shop, how they linger, where they park, where they walk. And that's something that we frankly pride ourselves on, is being very thoughtful about that. And we will during this upcoming site planning process, if we're so lucky to get your approval. We focused on reducing building heights, as I mentioned before. One of the important things for us was housing diversity. As we reached out to the community and got feedback from people who lived in Littleton, there's a very significant demographic change going on in your community right now, with a lot of people aging in place, and obviously that presents some demands for senior housing, but also a lot of younger people who want to come in to Littleton, and they maybe can't afford that big single family house, but they want access to amenities, they want access to the light rail. And that's why we thought it was important to be able to carry the full spectrum of of attached housing, so having traditional apartments and also having a senior component, so that people can literally age in place in this project as they go throughout their lives. We thought that was critical. We also put the retail commercial along Santa Fe, because that's how you get sales tax commercial. With the current zoning, as I think Michael mentioned, or someone did previously, it was designed really for residential on Santa Fe, and then commercial wrapping along the river. And that's great if you want office buildings, but office buildings don't generate revenue. So to get the tax matrix right, you've got to invert that and put the commercial on Santa Fe, which was a big priority for us. We did hear staff's concerns about excessive parking. The illustrative plan that I think you see in front of you is parked at 7 per 1,000, which is basically the minimum to have a restaurant heavy commercial center. There's actually a project in Denver West built by Alberta. The old car dealership by the mall at Colfax in Indiana has the exact same parking count at 7 per 1,000, and they've had restaurants fail because of insufficient parking. And I want to be very clear. If the 2 per 1,000 parking surface maximum is required, this project will not get built. It won't. And we will be forced to revert back to the current zoning, which does not have that kind of requirement. I've been doing this for about 20 years. I have never had a zoning restriction that restrictive. I'm not aware of a single city code that limits surface parking to 2 per 1,000. And it's completely unleasable. And it's really an economic question. It's not, can we build it? Evergreen built a 5-story parking garage in the tech center for one of our apartment projects. So it's not, we're not afraid of garages. We know them very well. We know how to build them. It's an economic question. And parking garage stall costs are 4 to 5 times greater than surface stall costs. I can't, in a post-COVID environment, ask for rents that are 4 to 5 times more higher just for the sheer joy of building them a parking garage that these retailers do not want, for all the reasons that we've outlined. So while I totally understand and respect staff's desire for parking structures, especially given our proximity to RTD, we can't afford them, and our tenants cannot afford them. And that's just the bottom line. And if we would love and encourage RT to build garages on their side, that'd be great to convert some of their lots, and that will help facilitate their mission and goal of driving ridership for their line. But for us, when we're trying to create sales tax generating users for the city, create places, there's not a single parking garage that has ever facilitated placemaking in and of itself. And because these sites are small, we got basically 2 8-acre commercial sites on either side of Nichols. When you model out a parking garage on there, which we have done at the request of staff, the parking garage predominates the parcel. And what you get is a bunch of buildings ringing around a parking garage with no room for gathering areas, no room, for truck access, and it just doesn't work. We can basically agree on every single condition of approval that staff has suggested, with the exception of the parking. And it's not with the lack of love or understanding or consideration, but it's a deal killer for us. And I want to be very clear about that. What we have put is parking maximums at 5 per thousand and 12 per thousand, which are leasable. And I have my broker from Legend Retail Group here to speak to that if you guys would like to ask questions. But 2 per thousand surface parking will not lease. We will not be able to deliver this project, period. From a sales tax generating standpoint, it's not going to happen. And I don't want to, dance around that at all. We did move the multifamily adjacent to the open space, and obviously we agreed to a 50-foot buffer along the open space at the request of South Suburban. Here are some conceptual renderings for the kind of the flavor of some of the architecture. These are not for this specific, project, because we haven't gotten to this level of design, but these are from a sample project or projects where we've done some modern agrarian. But this is just to give you an idea of what we try to do with our projects, creating unique places, unique designs. I cannot wait till I install that tractor in the middle picture. On one of our projects, it's actually going to be a slide for the kids that will sit next to this water feature. But this is some of the thoughtful stuff that we get into when we get to the next level. Once we get the bones ready with the zoning, where we can think about some of these really important spaces we want to create for our Littleton residents. Concept plan, you guys have already been through it. I don't think we need to talk about this any further. You already know how it's charted up into districts. This is the illustrative. Again, this is just one way of many that it could develop as. One thing that I think it is helpful to bring up at this point is the challenge of the phasing of this project. What we would like to do following zoning approval by City Council early next year is move forward with the first phase of commercial and then the senior housing and the residential. And the reason why I say first phase of commercial, not all the commercial, is because our boundary along South Santa Fe Drive is currently unknown. The city and CDOT are going through a process of looking at this intersection further, determining the potential dimensions for a long-term future interchange. And so we don't know where our east property line is. And the city is in the process that they have to go through with CDOT to get the quad road funded will take several years. Aaron can chime in on the exact date, but as I recall, it's 3 to maybe 4 years out before we can connect to Santa Fe Drive and we can install the quad road. But in the meantime, we would like to move forward with the first phase. We'd like to build South Platte River Parkway, the spine road that goes north-south of the property, because our property is a linchpin to providing access and utilities for the Toll Brothers project to the south. And so if we don't move forward, then their project can't move forward. So it's a whole domino. And so that's why there is some sensitivity on the amount of GLA that I can commit to from a retail standpoint, because I can't build any of the buildings that front Santa Fe until we've got more direction from CDOT. Because I don't know where the property lines are at, and I don't know, and I can't also deliver some of the retailers that are highly sensitive to Santa Fe, because I can't connect to Santa Fe for several years. So, in answer to one of the questions, could the gas station be part of that 6,000 feet? The answer is no, because the gas station can only go here on the South Santa Fe Drive intersection, and that is tied to the quad road, which is 3 years out, and I don't want to wait 3 to 4 years to build phase 1. So The retail that we will lease will be functioning solely off of mineral and will be clustered here at the north end of the site. And that's where we have some constraints about, how much can we practically build given the phasing constraints of the quad road and its timing, which is several years out. Signage, we've already gone through this. I don't think we need to rehash it necessarily. Staff did a great job talking through this. On building signage, we view building signage as an amenity and as a part of the architectural expression of our architecture and our tenants. And what we try to do is create opportunities for it to be as creative as possible. And so we did allow for some sign types and allowances that are not in your current code because it's a little dated, and we think we can allow a better architectural expression through signage by allowing for some of the creativity. So again, if it's not spoken of in our guidelines, it defers to code, but we did create some additional sign types that we thought would allow for better design and better places. Again, just high level of some of the design standards, parking maximums. We do require four-sided building architecture. There are transparency requirements so that buildings, have windows and transparent doors that relate to, the public view and the public realm, and especially the gathering places. We have limitations on, drive-through and automotive uses. The multifamily is focused on optimizing view corridors and adjacency to the park, creating usable gathering areas, again, four-sided building architecture. Our overall genre as a modern agrarian, I'm a farm kid who grew up in Brighton and up in Thornton. And so I love that architectural style. And it's something that we, I think will play well given the agricultural history of the site. We are focused on multimodal circulation, and we spend a lot of time with staff working on the street sections that are in our package to get those right down to the foot because it was really important. And then again, we have gathering and plaza area requirements for each of our districts so that we are required to, we do it anyways, but we are required to put those in place and not just do a sea of parking and random buildings with sidewalks connecting to their doors, but to create utilitarian areas that people will actually use over time. We did, and the reason to do that is to create places where you can activate them. We have, for example, summer swing nights at our project in East Denver where we have, swing dance lessons in the plazas at night. We have Santa Claus come, in the winter time. We've done all kinds of activating of these areas, and you've got to design them right for them to function well. Landscaping, using native landscaping and low water consumption. We've designed lighting to absolutely minimize the impact upon the park, and then again allowing for sign creativity. A little quick about the nuts and bolts of the traffic. Again, as I mentioned earlier, at the interim build out, we'd like to build the South Platte River Parkway spine. Everything that's in green is what we will build on an interim basis to lift the first phase of commercial, the multifamily, and the senior housing. And then ultimately, when the city and CDOT complete their permitting and funding process for the quad road, we will work with them to upgrade South Platte River Parkway and to extend Nichols Avenue and connect it to Santa Fe Drive. And everything in green is what we will build. Everything to the left of the green is what Toll Brothers will build, and ultimately they will have a second connection to Santa Fe down at the Phillips Avenue. But those improvements are a function of them moving through the process with the city. These are our cross sections for the ultimate build out. Again, as you can see, there's a lot of traffic that's going through, especially the Mineral intersection, with many lanes that are crossing, the culvert at the north end of the property. It tapers down as we go to the south because the traffic requirements are less, especially as you pass the roundabout and the quad road. These are some sections that illustrate Nichols, which we don't need to spend a lot of time on. And then these are our sections of South Santa Fe and the west property line where we have, a 30-foot setback along Santa Fe. We have our 50-foot average, 30-foot minimum setback along the park. And then you can see a little illustration of the Mineral Avenue channel and, where the Jackass Gulch flows will come into that 95-foot easement, which is a very significant amenity for the stormwater issues in the area. So with that, that's my fly through. And I guess my question to you, Chairman, is would you like me to address your questions that I kind of highlighted from the staff Q&A piece, or should we take more questions and I can answer them all in one shot, or how would you like to address that?
We'll have commissioners ask you questions, and then you can sum up. That's okay.
Absolutely, that's fine. I'll go back to the concept plan just so we can, or the illustrative, just to talk on something.
We're gonna need to go back and look at faces here. So.
Yep. There we go.
Okay, thank you. By the way, just as a reminder, if we go up till 10 o'clock, it'll require a vote for planning commissioners to keep on going. I've been asked by our lawyer that we desperately need to get through at least the public 3-minute speech type comments at least this evening, if not the whole thing. So,
sure.
And a vote and amendments. Am I right, Reed?
That would be great.
Okay. Let's go in reverse order here. David, you want to start out? Questions of the applicant?
I don't really have any questions at this time.
Okay. Sherry?
Sherry, you're muted.
Can't.
Sorry. Sorry about that. I had one question, but it was answered in that presentation, so thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Faison?
Yeah, I had one question regarding CDOT impact to the project. I think I attended a couple of meetings on Mineral and Santa Fe, and they presented various alternatives that they are considering. I have not kept up on rating and which one they want to select, but let's say they select an alternative that include expanding the Santa Fe or put a cloverleaf interchange at Santa Fe and Mineral. How that going to impact your development, especially on the commercial side? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner. So that's what we're waiting to hear. The City Council has approved, and they're working with CDOT right now on the design of the Quad Road, which is assumed to be an interim solution. How long interim lasts is probably a function of funding more than anything. But it is a quote interim solution that we're playing a role in. Our metropolitan district, which it was approved, will help finance part of those improvements for the Quad Road. Everyone, I think, agrees that a grade separated interchange is the long-term solution. The question is, what does that look like, and how much are its impacts borne by this property versus others? One of our biggest challenges, there's rail lines on the east side of Santa Fe, and so that's a constraint that basically the burden of the interchange has to be borne by the west side, by us and the RTD property. And so that's why there's a little uncertainty for us right now exactly where that Santa Fe property line is. We know we can accommodate the Quad Road without any future right-of-way, but obviously staff does not want to put themselves in a position where they've got to turn around and knock buildings down and condemn half our project down the road. And so that's where we have to phase the commercial. I've got retail interest right now to build the illustrative plan. I can tell you that much. But the problem is we can't deliver that because I don't have access to Santa Fe until the Quad Road gets built, and I don't know where my Santa Fe property line is until CDOT goes through its study of the geometry of that long-term interchange. And so it's hard because as a retail guy, I want to build and get these deals done, but I've got kind of my hands tied behind my back just because of the uncertainty on the Santa Fe access and the Santa Fe right away. So that's where we have notes on our zoning that says there will be a future reserve area, but we don't know how big that is, and that's that's the biggest frustration, I think, for me and for staff, because they would like us to move forward with as much commercial as we can.
I think my question was specifically what impact it's going to have. Is it possible if they come up with a Cloverleaf, very, substantial interchange that's going to take, let's say, 200 feet of your property? At that point, your commercial site cannot be built. So are you still viable for this project?
Yeah, so first of all, I don't think that will happen. There's already been some preliminary design done by HDR and CDOT, and the impact's not that draconian. I think the commercial will be viable unless they go to a totally different design. But the design we've currently seen would impact the location of the 3 buildings that are on our northeast corner. And maybe I can flip back to do a quick screen share to show you that, if that's okay.
Go ahead,
Commissioner. But let's see, these buildings, I'm not sure if you can see the hand on my screen, but
I do, actually.
Yeah, those 3 buildings, their location would be impacted because we would have to set those buildings, further to the west. So I don't think it's, going to kill the commercial, but it certainly will impact the design. And right now, I can't lease really any of these buildings along Santa Fe because the access point is not built, and then I don't know where this right of way is going to be, because the current designs has a right of way kind of clipping through here. So that's our challenge on the phasing of the commercial.
Thank you.
If I could just jump in for a little bit, Tyler, just
thanks, Aaron.
to help. Regarding the interchange and the future of that, really that's being driven by Littleton. We're the ones that promoted the study and hired HDR as a consulting team to help us look at long-term and interim solutions. And we've been involving CDOT all along the way to get their input, but there's a lot of factors at play. So we're not going to put in an interchange that doesn't fit with the surroundings. So in other words, we still have the Mineral Light Rail station there that's going to remain there. So we're going to have to work within that. And Tyler mentioned the railroad lines along the east side. These are all constraints that kind of require us to look at certain style and types of interchanges. And that's what we've looked at, is what are the smallest footprints we can put in there, rather than coming up with something like a Cloverleaf that you mentioned, which would, eat up pretty much most of their lot, actually, is what a Cloverleaf would do.
Yeah,
so
it would.
It just wouldn't.
I don't
be
even want to
realistic.
think about. I don't even want to think about that. That gives me nightmares.
Okay, Tyler. Go ahead.
There are many alternatives to that, and I think some of the cities, especially in Europe, they come across this all the time, and they have a lot of different approaches to that. Unfortunately, CDOT sometimes is like bigger the better, rather than a smart design and metering traffics and so forth. So enough said on that. Thank you for the response.
Well, that's part of why we're going through a planning environmental linkages study, also the PEL study along Santa Fe, so that they can take into account what the cities, the municipalities want along this corridor. And we've expressed over and over again that east-west connectivity and our character in Littleton is very important. So that'll come out and be shown as a part of that, the results they come up with in that report. So you'll see that reflected.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Commissioner, I would say that staff has been a great partner on this. This is a very complicated issue, and poor Aaron has had to review more traffic studies from us trying to figure this out. So we're committed to working together to minimize the impact while also allowing traffic to function.
Is that it, Bayside?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, one of these days we'll look at a site that's quite easy to analyze and to improve.
Please send it my way.
Yeah, hasn't happened in our downtown. Everything seems to be squeezed. Jason, you're up next, followed by Dan.
All right, thank you. So I noticed in the use table that 2-family is a permitted use. For purpose of the design standards, is that considered part of multifamily? Because I didn't see any specific design standards related to duplexes in the design standards.
Correct. Yeah, it'd be considered multifamily, and that's one of the uses that was carried over from the current zoning is allowing for duplex and higher density. Obviously, I don't think the highest and best use for the site is our duplexes. However, if you don't mind me going back, I hate to keep going back to it, but there is, depending upon how the project develops, there's a small little tail of the site down here at the southwest corner near where there is an existing old farmhouse that's a little bit of an orphan between how South Platte River Parkway needs to align for engineering reasons and then our western property line. And so it's not out of the question that there's some lower density buildings that could occur in that area, which is why we want to preserve that, Commissioner Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. And then notice there was a prohibition on garage sales. Typically that's handled through an HOA or private covenants, or is Littleton in the habit of sending code enforcement on garage sales?
That's a great question. I believe, and this would, now you're really getting into the weeds, so you're testing my knowledge. I think that may have also been a carryover from the old code. Maybe if one of my teammates who's not looking at a screen or looking at your faces as much could pull that up. But I think that might have been a carryover as well. I'm not personally opposed to garage sales, but I think it was trying to avoid streets turning into swap meets every weekend. I think was the intention initially. But we can look into that for you if you'd like.
Yeah. Well, particularly if you're doing duplexes, it's typically when you have owner occupied, if that's the way it goes, that's a common feature of those types of housing. And this may involve staff as well, but curious on the South Platte River cross section and whether there's any consideration for a design that would avoid pedestrian and cyclist conflicts, like a protected bicycle lane within the actual road. I think the experience of users on the Mary Carter Greenway Trail shows that even a wide sidewalk can create conflicts between cyclists who might be hurrying to get to the light rail station from the Toll Brothers property to the south and the pedestrians.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to get Anastasia's thought because she spent a lot of time working with us on these. But I would tell you generally, our challenge was intermixing the pedestrian and bike traffic that we know will happen through South Platte River Parkway with the fact that for at least some period of time, it's going to act as a quad road and we'll have more almost highway oriented type of traffic flows coming through there. And ultimately the design and the compromise was made is that we pull that off of the street. That would be safer also because it's easier to then push that traffic through our roundabout ped crossings versus having people ride bikes, potentially through the roundabout. But I'd love to have Anastasia's perspective as well, because this was a topic that we talked about at length, on street versus off street. And what we decided ultimately was a supersized 12-foot shared use path was the best way to get people north south while also allowing them to interact with the project and avoid some of the conflicts with the quad road. But Anastasia, you're the expert on these sections because you're the brainchild of them.
And actually, you want me to step in, Anastasia, or you want to say something?
Go ahead, Aaron. Yeah.
Okay. I was just going to say, Jason, we had a lot of back and forth with these cross sections with the developer, like Tyler said. It was a long process. One of the thoughts we had about the quad road in general was, how is it going to operate at different phases of its life? So basically, there'll be one phase where the quad road is operating kind of as a quad road, but there'll be some day in the future we anticipate where an interchange is built and the quad road won't have the same level of traffic on it anymore. So we actually, when we were looking at the cross sections, took into account, could we convert the outside lane into a future either parking lane or bike lane, even protected bike lane? And our thought was, while the volume is higher, the traffic volume is higher on this quad road, we didn't want to invite bicycle traffic to be trying to find their way and fight with that. Now, we all know that experienced riders, especially at off-peak times, will still use the roadway, and that's fine. And that's why we made sure to have wide enough cross sections so that they could be passed. But we felt in the interim condition, we could have this shared use path along the side, and then that would kind of revert to an on-street bike path with an extra wide section for pedestrians and other activities along the outside of the roadway in the future. So it's kind of like we were trying to look at it from a multi-phase standpoint.
And the other component as well is the regional trail on the west side of the property. There is a proposed 10-foot wide trail that we feel is probably more geared towards the recreational users, runners, and going out just for exercise and enjoying the buffer, where the one that's directly adjacent to South Platte River Parkway will be a combination of visiting the commercial businesses that are there, but also potentially the straight shot to RTD. So the combination of those two trail systems, we believe, should accommodate the majority of multimodal users in this area.
Okay. So then getting on to the parking structures, really appreciate the unambiguous comments about that. Just, you know, looking at the comparables you offered in the letter, sort of describing objections to the parking structure requirement. Table 2, you know, offered some examples of not so great parking structures. You know, and it talked a little bit about the experiences there, but is there any indication or data that shows that those particular stores suffer comparably in terms of same sort store sales? I mean, does that have an economic impact on revenue generation?
It's a good question. I don't have any sales figures on, you know, coming from end users at those particular projects that I don't own them or are involved in them. So I don't know, Commissioner Reynolds. But what I do know is we've taken the city's request for parking garages to the end users who are active in the market right now, and we've received some unequivocal feedback that we're not interested if we're going to be forced into a garage situation. And part of our challenge is because it comes with a cost. You know, almost every structured parking garage in a mixed use or retail project has been paid for by an urban renewal authority or some sort of city participation. And unfortunately, that's not a tool that we have here. I wish we did, because we could do all kinds of whiz bang stuff with the URA, but we can't. And our metro district, its capacity is fully subscribed towards improving Jackass Gulch, you know, building out the quad road. And so we don't have extra money that we could throw towards a garage. And that's generally how those garages are built. They're either built through a metro district or an urban renewal authority, or a combination of the two. And because this property has extraordinary infrastructure requirements just to get the streets and utilities in, we just don't have that capacity. I wish we did, but that's just not our reality. So that's kind of why we're stuck with the no garage situation as it sits today.
Yeah, and then later in the letter, there's some examples in table 4 of, you know, comparable developments with surface parking. Just for the purpose of the record, I'd note that none of those are anywhere near a light rail station.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it is unusual to have a retail center adjacent to the light rail. And that's why in our first pass, when we were working with staff last year in 2019, and when we took a more urban approach with more mixed use, it comes at the detriment of retail, because if you're adding more stuff into the potato sack, you're pushing out sales tax potential. You can't have your cake and eat it too. And ultimately, it came down to a situation where the economic development department would not support the project because it had insufficient revenue generation. And then we got to double down on that when city council, through the planning department, informed us that we needed more revenue generation. And so what we had to do is dial back some of that urbanity, some of that, you know, vertical mixed use, so we could provide GLA that will drive the fiscal plan for this property. And so that's one of those competing issues. If I didn't have to solve for, this is the first time I've ever had to pull and redesign a project because of economic development considerations. First time. And we spent a year working this out to try to create that balance. So it's a tough tension, but we're trying to serve a bottom line master where we're not, you know, contributing to a financial challenge for the city down the road. We're trying to be a solution to it. And frankly, we're trying to create excess revenues on our side of the Enzer property, so that when the Toll Brothers property comes down the road, which is primarily single family and multifamily residential, that, you know, we can, I think, frankly, help justify that approval as well, because we're going to have excess revenues and they will for sure be way low. I mean, they're going to be net negative. And I think staff is very intelligently looking at our project holistically with the Toll Brothers project, because ultimately the city wants both properties developed. There's a need for all the uses across both projects, but, you know, we need to have a heavier weight on sales taxes on our end, because Toll Brothers is not coming for a rezoning. They're going under by right zoning. They'll, you know, if they get their way, they'll never see you guys. And that means they're destined for a very residential heavy project. You know, we've decided to play nice. Let's not go that route. Let's just work collaboratively with staff, and let's create a platform where we can justify revenues for both projects ultimately.
I guess maybe not needing an answer immediately, but would be curious to hear, you know, staff's perspective on that. And, you know, are there levers that the city has that could be used to, you know, help close any funding gaps, or is it just a matter of telling the investors to accept the lower IRR?
Well, it's not a matter of accepting the lower IRR. We just don't build it. If we don't have a certain IRR, then nothing gets built. So the question is can we get the retailers to pay the rent sufficient to justify the costs? Right. And adding a parking garage will significantly increase the cost to the point where we have rents that are not leasable. It's just a math equation. It's nothing more than that.
All right. Thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you.
Dan, you're up, followed by Bruce.
All right. Yeah. So thank you for the presentation. So I asked staff earlier just about that 35 units per acre, per acre, and just wanted to know how that, I mean, I'm sure you could do more with the TOD development, but just how did you land on 35 units per acre?
Yeah. So we built another TOD light rail multifamily project in Golden at the across from the quote Taj Mahal, the Jefferson County complex. It's the multifamily project on the hill where there's a pedestrian bridge over to the light rail station. That's our project. That ended up being around a 31 or 32 dwelling units per acre project, Commissioner Miller. It's a 4-story elevator served project, but it's all, and there's tuck under parking on the ground level, but there's no structure. And we were able to hit a rent threshold there that we thought was similar to this River Park property. And so what we did is we wanted to allow density that would facilitate, you know, that type of 4-story product that we thought was both leasable and was also on the higher end of the density scale, but not too high. You know, we've also built an 80 DU per acre parking structure deal in the tech center, and the rents that are required for that are significant. And, you know, one of the things we heard from a lot of community members was, you know, housing affordability concerns, and we didn't want to overbuild this project artificially. And so that's how we settled on that 35. It's, you know, it's kind of at the leading edge of a non-structured parking design that will allow you to still hit, you know, affordable rents while getting elevator served product, because, you know, we do feel like having an elevator product will help broaden the base of the renter pool, because of people who have, you know, disability issues, or they just, you know, they don't want to do a 3-story walk up, which is pretty pervasive, you know, all around Littleton, is that normal 3-story product.
Yeah. And nice segue. So I had another question about affordable housing. I mean, there's that certainly, I presume, is that a potential use or a product that could be provided, or what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so the zoning doesn't have any affordable requirements. You know, we personally don't build affordable housing, you know, like tax credit type housing. I mean, what we try to do is buy our land for as cheap as possible, and so we can drive lower rents, because that helps keep your project leased. You know, we own and operate these assets for the long term, and I think that's our plan here. And we want to create sustainable rents over the long haul, but we do not have any formal affordable component to the project, and that could change, but right now we do not.
Okay. And then finally, tell me more about the 25-foot high signs. Just we know that there's 6-foot signs now along Santa Fe. Sounds like they're challenged, but just want to kind of hear what your take is on the.
Yeah,
on that.
correct. And not all the signs are 25 feet tall. As I recall, there's 1 or 2 per frontage, and it's just a function of factoring in the design speed for Santa Fe, which when it's not peak hours is quite fast, and looking at similar projects where they've had successful signage and not successful signage, and at the end of the day, you need to get your signage at least 8 feet off the ground just to be visible, because of the distance of the sign from the roads and the setbacks that are required. Because there's the part of our challenge, as Commissioner Miller, is that the routing of the Inglewood ditch will actually run along Santa Fe, and so we have to set our signs behind that ditch pipe because they can't be on top of the pipe. And so because they're set back, they need to be a little bit taller just to get the view perspective. And 25 was the number that felt right between us and staff to achieve visibility at those high speeds. There's nothing magic about it. Not to say the 22-foot sign wouldn't work, or 20. I can tell you a 15-foot tall sign probably would lack the visibility that we need, but somewhere in that 20 to 30 foot was kind of what we thought, because that's going to be about the height of some of the single story building, and that then it will be visible.
That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce, you're up, followed by Craig.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. It was well done. So thank you for all of the information.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Dan asked, I was going to ask a question about affordability, but Dan already took care of that. But you mentioned the concept of market realities. So help us understand why, and let me preface this by saying I get that what you guys do in part is build multifamily, but given that we've added in the vicinity of 7,500 units over the past 6 years, help us understand why Littleton needs more apartments at this point in time.
Got it. This is Commissioner Stallman, one of the areas where we're trying to balance all the competing plans, because there are certain plans and studies for the site that recommend significant housing to facilitate the light rail stop, and housing is what drives light rail usage quite a bit. That's why you traditionally do see a fair amount of residential density within that, especially quarter to half mile, and balancing that again with the sales tax realities of the city and some of those mandates that have come down from city council. And so ultimately what we decided to do was to again strike that balance between the multifamily on the west and then the commercial on the east. And part of it is driven, Commissioner, by the South Platte River Parkway alignment, because it's already dictated by the current intersection, and that bifurcates the site, which really precludes the ability, at least on our northern 32 acres, from doing any type of large box development. If you remember on the old Walmart Sam's Club plans from eons ago, those boxes were actually further south on Wendy's property, the Toll Brothers property, because they physically can't really fit in this part of the project. And so since there's that public street that was splitting the site, it just naturally divided itself, that everything from Platte River to Santa Fe was commercial retail, and then everything to the west was multifamily. So it's a function of the physical constraints, and then us trying to balance all those plans and the competing needs of sales taxes versus, RTD. I think Commissioner Tisdale will tell you that we need more housing probably to support his station. So.
Well, let's say for the sake of an argument, there's agreement that more housing is warranted, but why, from a product standpoint, if we've already got plenty of apartments, why wouldn't we want to see more owner occupied, say condo and this kind of approach? I mean, is that not consistent with what we're seeing here?
Yeah, well, the zoning doesn't mandate rental versus for sale. The zoning just delineates, density, and from there, we just need to look at, what the highest and best usages of the site are, and where can we get a product that we think will work the best. Our team members have developed both condos and multifamily for rent. Both are potentially allowed. And we have looked at for sale components within the project. So I don't think we should rule anything
Okay.
out right now necessarily. And I think, as you know, sometimes stuff goes back and forth. We've had residential projects for rent convert to for sale. And that's happened with condo conversions when that craze happened years ago. Fortunately, the legislature's resolved some of the construction defect litigation issues that really almost precluded the ability to do condos. At least it's now potentially an option.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I recall that. That was definitely an impediment. And Littleton addressed that issue for the city some years ago, but I don't recall whether it precluded, whether who was priority. I kind of assume the state is, but nonetheless, we tried to send a message.
Yep.
So in any event, let me see here. On the parking, is there any sense that you would potentially get commuters coming in and parking in this area during the day in order to get to the light rail station? That we already know that, and Commissioner Tisdale will, of course, affirm that the parking issues at the Mineral Light Rail Station are challenging. But this being in reasonable proximity to that, how are you going to? Do you anticipate such a thing? And if so, do you have thoughts on how to prevent it?
Yeah, it's a good question. No, I think we absolutely anticipate it because there's so much parking pressure on that RTD station and those surface lots. I mean, they fill up before some people's commute even starts. And so, that will be a parking enforcement issue for us. I mean, certainly we welcome people who are going to cross park and be coming and going within a reasonable amount of time, but we don't want our lots to be jam packed with people who are parked for 8 hours a day to the exclusion of our sales tax users. So, it's our anticipation that we're going to open the project and then see how things how it goes. If we get a lot of parking poachers, then we'll have to start signing and dealing with some parking enforcement. I'd rather not take a heavy-handed approach because I want to trust consumers to be reasonable and rational, and if they want to go for a quick light rail jaunt for an hour up to Inglewood and then come back and then go to a restaurant at our place, then that's great. I don't want to preclude that. So it's going to be really a wait and see, but I do anticipate it'll be an issue operationally that we have to focus on and pay close attention to.
Okay. All right. I appreciated your candor on the number of spaces per 1,000. And I just in looking at the table, you mentioned that you could, the restaurants could live with 5 spaces per 1,000 square foot, but there's 12 spaces per 1,000 square foot on entertainment and gym and this kind of thing. I mean,
yeah, the 12 per 1,000 for restaurants.
That's a pretty big variance.
Yeah, it's restaurants, entertainment, and fitness are all at 12 per 1,000. Retail's at 5.
Okay.
Because one of the commissioners was absolutely correct. If your traditional King Super shopping center is probably parked at like 4.5 per 1,000, and that's pretty traditional for your normal retail. But when you get into the restaurant, fitness, entertainment spaces, your restaurant requirements go up to 10 to 15 per 1,000. I mean, I'm doing a deal with In-N-Out right now, and they're at 12 per 1,000, and they're having a total panic attack because they want 15 to 20. I'm doing a deal with Trader Joe's right now, and Trader Joe's wants 18 per 1,000. It's crazy. But that's because their parking lot churns so much and they've got such a high volume. So I'm already, frankly, having leasing anxiety committing to the 12, but we're doing it in the spirit of partnership with the city. And that was a big issue for them. And I think 12 per 1,000 for, most of your, will cover us for most of our users, but it's already tight, depending upon who you're talking about, especially for a high volume restaurant or entertainment group.
Okay. I understand, but again, appreciate the appreciate the candor.
Yep.
Looking at this is going to be a big picture question, but looking at the comp plan that was in force when the application was submitted, section 2.1, page A.12 talks about identifying and designating corridors where new development is anticipated. Designated areas should be those that will have the most transformative impacts on achieving the city's vision. What you've described with this project, you've done a good job of describing, the project and how you see it fitting in. But is it, in your opinion, the most transformative impacts on achieving the city's vision, hypothetically, versus some other use or development? And I mean, I get you guys have gone down the road here and you've got a project and a plan and stuff, but I'm sort of struggling trying to balance how this fits with that attribute of the comp plan, if you will.
Yeah, well, you raise a great point, and this is, for me personally, the most important piece of real estate I've ever developed, because it is the most significant. It has some of the greatest opportunities. When we developed the project down the street at Mineral and Platte Canyon, we said, listen, as a retail developer, there's only so much we can build because of that nature, that intersection. But I said, literally in that city council meeting, if I ever get a chance to develop Santa Fe and Mineral, we're going to do something special there, because we've got the confluence of traffic, demographics, density, all these things, co-tenancy with Aspen Grove. And that's why I'm so excited to get moving forward, hopefully, on this project next year, because we do have an opportunity here to do things that are going to be unique and different. Because of just the nature of your community, and you guys know that, you live there. That's why you create special places like Breckenridge Brewery that don't exist in other parts of town. And I think we have an opportunity to create intimate spaces, intimate environments where you and your family is going to want to go visit, and people from the whole area, from Sterling Ranch and Highlands Ranch and everywhere, will want to come and gather and spend their dollars. So I'm enthusiastic about it, and just really can't wait to get into that next phase. But that's where I think you guys ultimately will have to put a lot of faith in your staff, because that's going to come through the site plan process. And all I can tell you is they're very detailed. so we will be working on every single jot and tittle that goes into creating these places. And I think the zoning that we've created, with the requirements for gathering and place and setbacks and all the multimodal and connectivity and the very strict architecture standards, all are teeing us up to create that moment for the city of Littleton.
Okay, great. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, I should say.
Craig, you're up, and Robin, you're next.
Okay. Mark, just looking at the time, did we have to vote on?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Before you start, yes. We need to vote by rule. We have to vote to continue past 10 o'clock. So all those in favor of continuing, raise your thumb for yes, thumbs down for no.
A question mark first.
Yes.
What kind of time frame are you talking about?
I'm sorry?
What kind of time frame are you talking? Midnight, 11, 1? What are you talking about?
I have no idea. Vanessa, Reed, go ahead.
Oh, I would just recommend that we get through the questions and make sure that we get through public comment for those persons who may still be on. After that, I'll really leave it up to Planning Commission in terms of how long they feel they're going to need to deliberate. I know that staff and their recommendations has proposed, I believe, 8 conditions for approval to go to City Council. And, going forward, I would say, what makes the most sense is for Planning Commission to take those one at a time and see if there's any issues with the conditions or if everyone is supportive and moving down the lines, and then whatever other conditions that planning commission may have. So we may just need to play it by ear, but I want to be able to get through the public comment portion at least before we make a determination as to time, because if we don't, then that means we need to renotice and go through that whole business going forward. So
Can you set that as a stipulation then, Mark, that we'll get through at least public comment and then decide again?
Yes, we should decide again. I'm guesstimating that after public comment and then end the public portion of the meeting for at least 45 minutes or so for main motion, amendments to the main motion and the 8 conditions, and then get into other amendments that people might have past those 8 conditions that staff came up with. It'll be another 45 minutes to an hour before we actually vote. So let's get through the public comments, and then we'll revote. Does everybody agree to that? I don't see a lot of nodding here, but okay. All right. So we need to vote on going past 10 o'clock, which we're 1 minute past. Those in favor of continuing, raise your thumb, or down for no. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry.
Got your thumb up?
I'm counting. I have to go to a second screen. I apologize. There's so many people on.
Okay.
Can you put your thumb back up again?
You're abstaining? Okay.
I figure you got enough.
Jerry, you're
I
abstaining?
can't even
5,
play
6.
Fine.
Okay. We've got 7.
I think we've got a majority.
Yeah,
So,
we do.
Craig, thanks for bringing that up. Craig, you're up next.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Carlson, for your presentation. I especially appreciated the context of the sort of urban and rural sort of context straining against each other in the neighborhood input you've received. You talked about creating meaningful open space within the community, and in the site plan, it's hard to see it because I immediately go to the parking and the buildings, and it feels kind of broken up. I wonder if you could talk a little bit more to a couple things. One is how in particular, what do you mean by that meaningful open space? Where would it be applied? Also, I was a little disappointed that there was only 1 page in the design guidelines that talked about landscape. I'm a landscape architect, and there didn't seem to. It seemed to be fairly generic, like you would strive to, or that you try to do certain things without obligating to things like green infrastructure or high performance landscapes. I know you mentioned using native materials, water conservation, and so on. But I wanted to see how you envision creating sort of an ecologically responsible community here, and then also along the same lines, I'm combining a number of questions here, but also the placemaking opportunities. Obviously, this is at sort of the southern entry into Littleton. It's at the sort of the western entry to Littleton as you come down Mineral. You have the gulch that goes through there with the setback from Mineral. You have the parkway. Could you talk a little bit about your vision for sort of using this development as a placemaking opportunity for Littleton?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Thank you for that, and I'll try to cover all the points. In terms of the places where some of that open space resides, first and foremost, it will reside on that western boundary where we have that 50-foot buffer. That was very important to South Suburban and to the city as well, to create not only a separation of the human buildings and parking, but also create an opportunity for residents to participate in nature and to view it and see it. And so there's a good chunk that's along there. There is a fair amount of open space land that, like it or not, is along Mineral, where we've got that large pond structure that most days of the year will be just naturally vegetated. detention facility, but there will be days when it fills up during this big storm events, and there's a fair amount of open space there. And then, most importantly, it's really reserved for the future, because we have to do the western setback, we have to do the northern setback along Mineral, but what we're going to try to do is to concentrate the remaining open space and create these plaza gathering areas in both districts, both in the commercial areas and in the residential. And this is one of the reasons why Jeff gets up in the morning, our multifamily team, is to create these park atmospheres for the residents in our communities, so that they want to get out of the four walls of their unit, and they want to go out and walk their dog, and they want to see their neighbor. And it requires some very thoughtful design. We didn't supercharge the landscape requirements in the PD because we thought that the Littleton standards were actually fairly robust as is. If certainly if you have recommendations, we're all ears, but we didn't see a lot of deficiencies in current code when it came to landscaping like we did in some other areas like signage, for example. But it's our goal when we move into this next phase is that we really blow out these gathering areas in each little node, so that people are having those opportunities, and it's through a combination of hardscape and landscape and lighting and signage to get those moments. I have to do it just because I'm compulsive about it. But when you go back to our Who's Evergreen at the very beginning, there's a photo of one of our places at the Eastbridge Town Center in Denver. At the end is the Little Man Ice Cream Constellation kiosk, and this is one of those places that I just love passionately, because we had a very stylish mix of hardscape, of landscape, of lighting, of creative signage, of patios. And this is what gets me up in the morning, is creating these opportunities through the integration of land and hardscape and intimate building design. And that's what we're going to spend 2021 doing, is designing those places with staff. And we're very excited to get to that next phase. And I think we've got, requirements that nudge us that direction. We're going to go that direction regardless. I don't need encouragement to do the right thing when it comes to real estate development.
Okay, I appreciate that example for Eastbridge. I spent 10 years working on the Stapleton project.
Oh, did you?
Architect, so I'm very familiar with it. Yeah.
Well, job well done. I'm sure I've seen some bushes you helped plant.
Yeah. I did want to ask a question, because you had that diagram up and you show the multi-use trail that goes along Mineral down toward the South Platte River. I just wonder, and I know Melissa's on from South Suburban, where does that go? I know there's no way to, I don't believe there's any way to connect to the South Platte River Trail without a pedestrian bridge, and there's really not an access across the Mineral Bridge at this point. Where does that go?
Yeah, so you see this kind of arrow you can see my hand on the screen, but there's an underpass and kind of what's called, I think, a social trail that people are using informally. And so what we will be doing is providing a connection, from this Curtin Social Trail, along the southern side of Mineral to connect to that 10-foot trail connection that's along our western boundary that will be continued to the south into the Toll Brothers property. So that's part of the offsite work that we'll be doing is making that connection, so that you've got two opportunities. You can either cross at the intersection, where we've got the 12-foot pathway on the east side, and go along the northern side of Mineral, or if you're commuting or recreating along this pathway on our western edge, you will be able to go directly to where you want to go, which is down to the river, and not have to backtrack to the intersection. So that's part of our obligation that we've committed to as part of the project.
Okay, it looks like there's a pedestrian bridge just to the west of there, or just to the north of there.
Correct, there is. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, you can see that just right there on the south. Sorry, the bottom left corner. That's an existing PED crossing. Correct.
Can I add something? To the west there is that underpass under Mineral. That's not a informal pathway. That's a definite pathway with little bridges across the drainage area. It's not well known, but it's used, and So I use it all the time because it's in an area that's less used. And
So
Siri here. Let me know if I can help.
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. My other question was, at the reaction against the amount of parking there. I don't see it as much as too much parking, but too much pavement, what I see on the plan. And I wonder also to the question of density, especially in the FAR ratios, is there any reason from your perspective, Tyler, that a higher density, say, right now it's at 0.4, 4-to-1 or FAR, if you say doubled that, is there a downside in your opinion to doing that while keeping the parking, some kind of parking constraints in place that might justify, the idea of a parking structure? So where you'd be permitted to build more FAR, vertical mixed use. I think of 60 feet, 5 stories, and a 0.4 FAR. You're going to have, if you built them 5 stories, you're going to have them very far apart in small footprints.
Yeah. Well, one thing that's important to note in the current zoning proposal is that if we were to build a mixed use building in that harvest district, on the east side, the residential and the commercial FAR and dwelling units per acre are additive. And so the 0.4 FAR, you're really talking about the ground floor component or of that building, and then any residential units go on top of that, and they're not capped by the FAR. So the current zoning proposal doesn't preclude additional vertical mixed use buildings, so long as we obviously are hitting the city's economic goals, and we wanted to preserve that flexibility. So I don't think we're unable to do what you're proposing if it's a vertically mixed use project with ground floor commercial and vertical residential. Now, what would be precluded is a large office building, and as I recall, and again, this is part of the sausage making, but I think large office buildings are really not necessarily what staff was looking for, because those are not, they're parking hogs, and they're not significant revenue generators like retail. And so it was part of that careful dance of encouraging retail while encouraging mixed use, and then wanting the mixed use to be more residential over retail focused versus office over retail, which was not as desirable. But again, there's nothing that would harm us by increasing the FAR necessarily, but but that's just kind of how we came up with those numbers.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, that the FAR is just solely associated with commercial development and retail office, and then the residential wouldn't affect that if it was added.
Correct. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Oh,
Robin?
you know what, Commissioner Craig, you had one other comment from earlier, and I want to clarify that. One, you asked about the maintenance of the offsite pond. And when the Metro District was approved, the district actually agreed to take on the ongoing maintenance of that pond facility. So it will always be owned by the city. It's on city property, but the Metropolitan District is already obligated to maintain that wetlands pond facility into perpetuity, along with the big Jackass Gulch channel along Mineral Avenue as well. So those all fall under the ongoing district obligations.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for clearing that up. Robin, you're up.
Okay. So looking at your conceptual design, where you said that you have like a 7 to 1,000 for the parking on that?
Correct. So it depends on which part of the site you're looking at. I'm happy to share the screen real quick, Commissioner. But on, just as an example, this parking field in this northeast quadrant is a 7 per thousand average across all these buildings. We've looked at one plan where this building right here gets larger. We can accommodate up to like a 37,000 square foot building here, in which case that ratio drops down to more like 5 per thousand. But 7 per thousand shown, and then like this lot, for example, is at around 5 per thousand for these two buildings here, just to give you a sense of ratios. This freestanding restaurant building, C, as I recall, is parked out around 9 per thousand, which is more traditional for a freestanding sit-down restaurant, like a Chili's or an Outback Steakhouse, just to pull a name out of the hat. But yeah, those are the ratios that you're seeing.
Okay. So understanding the 2 to 1,000 is off the table for you guys. And you're showing us where you have a lot of shared parking, which is excellent. I know in your design standards, you encourage shared parking.
Yes.
Is there a way that you can do the 7 to 1 as a shared parking instead of the 5 to the 12 and maybe work that out in your parking?
We really can't. Well, I shouldn't say we can't. It'd be very difficult because depending upon how this is built out, and some of these restaurants could function as independent freestanding units. So just as an example, if this building C, were to become In-N-Out, for example, I have to show them at least 12 per thousand stalls on their parcel, or else they would never come, as an example. And so we would have to within that subdivided parcel illustrate that. And it's totally a function of the mix of your retail versus your restaurant entertainment users. And 7 per thousand might be too high if, for example, let's say, for example, building C, instead of it's shown as a restaurant, but let's say that became a bank. A bank shouldn't have 7 per thousand. A bank should have much lower than that, that 5 per thousand max. So for us, it was allowing some flexibility depending upon how the project evolved and was built out and which buildings happened when. But an average is tough because let's say our first built, let's say we come in with phase one, and phase one is these two buildings, and they're both restaurants, but we've got a 7 per thousand parking ratio, and the average is just those two. I could not lease those two buildings at 7 per thousand because they're going to look at what happened in Denver West, and they're going to say, yeah, we're not going to go out of business after 2 years, which is exactly what happened at Denver West.
Now that does make sense. I was looking at your table 4 on your parking discourse, and a lot of those are 8, 7, and 8.8. So those are averages.
Those are averages, for those centers, correct.
So you can't. I hear what you're saying about the average doesn't work per se when you're starting, but what if you average out for the whole district? So yeah, maybe in the beginning you might be using more 12,000 if restaurants come, but then if you get more the retail in, that's going to draw it back down.
It will, yeah. And I think that's what's going to happen. If you look at restaurant, because we do anticipate, and this is part of the complement with an E, Aspen Grove is Aspen Grove today, and I think for the foreseeable future is going to be heavy soft goods and retail, traditional retail. Obviously, Alamo Draft House is an exception, and there's a couple of restaurants sprinkled throughout, but generally it's traditional retail. And it does us and the city a disservice if we go after the same tenants that Aspen Grove already has. So we very intentionally decided to focus our efforts from a leasing and design perspective on what we call an eatertainment type district, a combination of restaurants, entertainment, fitness with smaller boutiques, but none of, not the big boxes, because big boxes aren't appropriate for, adjacency to light rail stations. And frankly, there's plenty of big boxes that are coming vacant in Aspen Grove. And so because we're focused on more of a restaurant oriented and entertainment oriented district, we need to be able to blend that ratio higher as a result. And I think naturally it'll probably end up somewhere in that, 8 per thousand range over time is my speculation.
But not comfortable saying the overall goal would be to get to that range.
I mean, goals don't have any, as I'm sure Michael and Jennifer and Reed would tell you, goals don't have a lot of regulatory teeth. What we need is standards that ultimately lead you towards your goal. And it's my professional opinion, having done this for almost 20 years and being the most active shopping center developer in the state right now, then that's not bragging. That's just our reality, that the parking requirements that we put in there are buildable. We can lease those. I cannot lease the staff code condition of approval.
I do hear the difference. You guys are on very opposite poles when it comes to the parking.
Yeah.
I'm in my mind trying to find any type of potential compromise. Obviously, you can't compromise between 2 and 12. That doesn't give you the range you want. But you have heard the concerns about the surface parking and such. So that's what I'm looking for. Is you won't do the 2. Got that. You've given us what you want, the 5 and 12. Is there any give?
Well, the council commissioner, excuse me, what we put in our code is our compromise. We had no maximums. You don't have a maximum in your current code. Again, I'm not aware of a surface parking maximum in any city in the entire state. I've never agreed to a parking maximum on a single project, and what we have put in there, the 5 and 12, is already the compromise. Because what the market's telling me is no maximums. Let the users dictate, and most cities are concerned about the opposite. Which is parking minimums, which was mentioned by one of the other commissioners. So we're already at compromise, and this whole document reflects an inordinate amount of compromise that we've never done on any project. And I would hope staff would back us up on that. We just have a difference of opinion on this one topic, but I can't compromise any further. I'm already compromised.
I appreciate that. I understand where you are now. I find that very helpful. So looking at this also for your conceptual, you have the trees. I know in your design standards, you want to minimize the visual effects of all the surface parking, and you have your plan for the trees. So when I'm looking at this picture, is this showing trees on their 40-foot center, which is what you have put down in your plan?
That was the goal. Again, this is not a site SDP level site plan.
It's not.
But the intent was to try to accurately reflect what the standards would require if they were actually implemented.
It just helps with the visual when you're talking about your 40-foot centers and looking at the amount of surface parking that you have to get more of what you're looking at in reality versus just 40 feet on center, and what does that really mean?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And again, I know everyone hates asphalt, but when we built that Eastbridge Town Center that was referenced above, everyone was kicking and screaming that we were doing 5 per 1,000 parking plus street parking. And my biggest problem on a Friday, Saturday night is insufficient parking. And my end users are constrained because they have not enough parking, and everyone complains about not enough parking. So the reality is everyone in a public hearing doesn't want parking. And then as soon as they start shopping and eating, they're all complaining about having insufficient parking. And that's where we're trying to strike that balance.
I'm not against the parking at all. I like sufficient parking. I am not a fan of Belmar and how some of those have done. Those are places I tend to avoid, just like what you've talked about in your paper here on the parking. I do understand that. I'm just looking for where people's boundaries are.
Yeah, understand.
So it was interesting to see in your uses, you were talking about raising crops, livestock, and horses being allowed.
Yes.
Seems a little strange.
No, it's because we have a current agricultural operation on there, and since this project will be developed in phases, we need the ability to continue doing agriculture on there with our farmer for property tax purposes until we're ready to develop.
Well, that makes complete sense.
Yeah.
So on open space, where you talk about open spaces, porches and patios and such, are you anticipating any rooftop patios as open space?
I would love to. That is honestly one of my goals with this project. We've got a rooftop patio in our Eastbridge project where we've got Troy Guard has a rooftop for his Los Chingones restaurant, and because we have phenomenal views and it's a beautiful area, that I would love to do it. It takes a unique user to be able to do that, and it also takes a city building department who is reasonable when it comes to elevator requirements, because rooftop patios, if an elevator is required, are very challenging to do financially. City of Denver has a certain interpretation of ADA when it comes to rooftops that allows for a non-elevator served rooftop, which takes some of the economic pressure off of a rooftop design. But that's something that we'd love to do, and it's yet to be determined. But that's one of my goals.
Yeah, I love the idea of the rooftop. I get a little more concerned about that being open space because now that's not shared with most people. It's just on top of a building.
Of course, yeah.
So more in the sense of an open space as opposed to, yes, rooftops are really cool when you can do the patio, but not so much for open space.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Yes. So one of the things mentioned, and many of those plans that you brought up that you have to consider getting to this point from the comp plan, they talk about taking advantage of the view corridors. I know in your design plan you mentioned about taking advantage of the view, but I have no idea what that means to you based on what your design standards talked about. How do you see utilizing and protecting and enhancing the view corridors?
That's a very good question, and something we've been talked about conceptually, because we don't have an official site plan. But one of the things we've talked about with staff is making sure that the multifamily buildings are oriented such that they're not just a big wall that blocks views of Santa Fe to the river corridor, that there's view sheds in gaps between buildings and along street corridors, so that and that was one of the big focuses of the original 1985 for zoning, was giving these vistas so people could drive down Santa Fe and still see the trees, still see the mountains. And that's something that we will continue to work on with staff as we get into that phase. But I don't want to keep flipping back to that illustrative, but one thing you'll notice if you see it is that we oriented some of the buildings east west, so that they there were those view sheds from both Santa Fe and from South Platte River Parkway, and that people could on the commercial side still see through those gaps and see the river and see the mountains, and that's important for me on the retail side, because people want to view those amenities.
Okay, no, that's good. I appreciate that. I was a little curious, you're talking about your design standards. You have a lot of guidelines. I know some of our experience with guidelines is you can't enforce them. So I'm just looking at, with your design standards, you have some really excellent ideas with all the wonderful pictures that you have, and you have a vision and a branding that you are looking to maintain that was my opinion, was excellent. But I'm just curious, since some of our experience has been, you have your intentions, you have your guidelines, you have your standards. People will focus on the standards and not necessarily really hit the intentions, and the guidelines going to kind of get pushed aside. Just curious how your plan will be for that.
That it's funny you bring that up, because the part of the reason why we set up this ACC this Architectural Control Committee process is that so that ACC can influence before the city staff even sees a submittal, the design, and making sure that these guidelines aren't ignored and the intentions aren't ignored, because what we don't want to have happen is have city staff have to be the bad guy and be stuck just implementing this actual standards, and then the rest of it just is all fluff and gets thrown away. And we're going through that right now on our big project in Wheat Ridge, where we set up a very similar process with intense guidelines and standards, and the ACC is the front runner to make sure that before stuff gets to city staff, that we're saying, hey, listen, okay, yes, did you check the box on the standard? Correct, that's fantastic. But what did you do with these guidelines, with these intentions? Are you elevating your design? And we're trying to do something that's special here. And since we're going to own this asset long term, this is a long term project for us. We want to make sure that there is an elevated level of design, that we're not just throwing through prototypes, and that people are taking this architectural genre seriously, and the landscaping seriously, and the hardscaping seriously. So that's why we inserted the ACCs, to try to create some very early on conversations with these end users to make sure that they are indeed getting the spirit of the law, not just the letter of the law, but getting that spirit and upfront baking that into their designs, so that by the time it hits city staff, they're like, hey, this is really cool out of the gate. Not, all right, we got to go through seven rounds of prototype to get to something cool.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Well, it looks like Reed must be hinting with the snow in the background that he wants to get done with this. I'm complete.
Thank you. The longer this goes on, the more my questions gets crossed off.
My dog is hinting, not me.
Okay. The West Pedestrian Pathway, I assume there's no entry into the river corridor, correct? That's typically, yeah, what South Suburban,
Yeah,
South Suburban does not want an entryway.
correct. Yeah, there's no entrances. It's and it's naturally divided anyways. The property sits on like a little bit of a bluff. You've been out
Right.
there, commission board chairman. So
Actually, it's quite a
anyways.
bit more in some areas. It's pretty steep.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just worry about, the air quotes fences falling down and then what do you call it, renegade pathways being built. So just a point there. I spent a lot of time looking at your use tables. I brought it up with staff. There's some, to put it bluntly, some squirrely things that are allowed, kenneling and boarding animals with ancillary outside play areas for animals, dogs. You might, that invites trouble, quite frankly. I wouldn't allow that. Also, you call out general research and development is permitted in the river district, and I'm going, say what? So I think you need to look at your use tables, you and the city, and kind of fine tune that a little bit. It looks like people's eyes started glazing over when you were developing the list. I was kind of going along with Robin's bent about asking for what would be a compromise for what the city wants for the 2 spaces versus what you want. I think the 2 spaces, when I first looked at it, was rather draconian. I know what the cost per space of a parking garage is. So it sounds like you've staked out, am I correct in saying you don't want to do a single parking garage, whether it be a parking garage for 50 cars or use the sloping site to have 75 cars underneath and 75 up above, or something like that?
No, I'm not opposed to parking garages, Chairman, for parking garages' sake. I can't be forced into them because it's going to evolve. I mean, there could be a situation where there's a tenant that it makes sense to do a parking garage similar to I mean, we could never build a building that big, but like the Target in Lone Tree, for example, the natural topography lends well to that. So I'm not ruling a garage out. The question is, will a garage be mandated for essentially every single user within the project, and that just doesn't work. I'm a libertarian at heart. I don't believe in heavy-handed government, period, but I especially don't believe in gerrymandered parking requirements that are going to lead to absolutely unintended consequences. And it will sterilize the retail, in my professional opinion.
Okay, point understood. You talk about the possibility of a vertical mixed-use residential in the upper levels in the Harvest area. Quite frankly, is that something you're interested in doing, or is it just a platitude in your PD?
No, we had a full-blown vertical mixed-use design for that Harvest district, and then we ran into the challenges of the sales tax generation. And we worked with staff on some of those designs that were certainly more urban. Again, what we're trying to do is strike that balance between creating those mixed use opportunities and the revenue generation that the city council has basically the mandate that they've sent down to us, at least what we've heard through staff. And so we're not averse to it. We build vertical mixed use in other projects. It's not a platitude. And I think it still is absolutely a possibility. For us, it's going to be kind of a careful dance. I think we got to get through the phase 1 retail that will really be just driven solely off of mineral. And then once we have our lines and our edges and our connection to Santa Fe with Nichols, then at that point we'll be evaluating, okay, what do we've got left and what can we do to drive something that achieves the city's sales tax goals along with the uses that are out there.
Last point, I just want to buttress your argument. I looked at the city requirements for retail and restaurants. For retail, it's 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet gross.
As a minimum.
Yeah, minimum.
Yeah, and we're making it a maximum for the record.
And for restaurants with liquor, without liquor, it's 15.3 spaces per 1,000 minimum.
Yep.
Restaurants with liquor, it's 13.3 spaces per thousand. So the city has some pretty heavy requirements for parking for those uses. There's talk about lessening those in the upcoming unified land use code that's going to be happening in the next 3/4 of a year. But I just want to compare it to what you're asking for.
Yeah, initially our conversations with staff were on reducing those minimums because we also thought that they were excessive, and then it turned into, frankly, Wacky Wednesday where my minimums became my maximums, and I was like, this is not going to work at all. So anyways, we've bent as much as we can, and I'm not willing to break this project over it.
Okay, understood. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll
thank you all.
We'll get into the public comment. Pam, if you're still with us, go ahead and give your spiel.
I am. Just let me find my place on my script. Oh, here it is. Okay. If you would like to speak on the topic during the public hearings and are not already in the queue, please call 669-900-6833. And when prompted, enter the webinar ID 951-6268-0022. Once on the line, press *9 to raise your hand to be recognized. There are 2 callers, neither hand is raised. So if you would like to speak, please press *9, yes.
And I'm sorry, Chairman Rudnicki, did we actually open the public hearing with?
Oh goodness, no we didn't.
Let me open the public hearing at, I thought we'd get to that once Pam speaks. Pam, you're finished up. So at 10:36, we'll open up the public portion of the hearing. Go ahead, Pam. Any speakers?
Speakers, callers, does anybody want to speak?
And I will say that staff had invited Doug Tisdale from RTD. He's currently one of our participants in our Zoom room for public comment. I'll just call on Mr. Tisdale to speed this along to provide any comments from RTD's perspective regarding the development.
Okay, we'll start with him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And for the sake of the record, I am your elected District H Director for RTD. And I thank you for the votes and re-electing me in November. You may know that I represent essentially all of Littleton except for that portion that is west of Platte Canyon. Our RTD staff has been in touch with the city staff and I believe with the applicant as well, and had a number of constructive conversations. A letter from RTD dated December the 4th is found at page 125 of the commissioner's packet. And that letter is incorporated herein by this reference that I make, so I won't repeat it all. I will highlight 3 points from that letter, and then I'll just add some personal observations. In brief, RTD is very encouraging of transit supportive development. Sometimes we call it transit oriented development, but we actually talk about transit supportive development, and this is a great opportunity for that. RTD does, as has been noted, and as we state in the letter, encourage density, because that really does help to drive ridership. And it helps for a whole host of other reasons in terms of environmental impact and so forth. We do encourage reduced parking when you are transit adjacent. And obviously this site is transit adjacent. And I think you will find a tremendous amount of usage for this site and the development based upon that adjacency. And we do acknowledge, to go to the point that Commissioners Miller and Stallman raised, we do acknowledge that the city does not require any affordable housing for this location, and that the applicant has not proposed it. But we at RTD encourage people to consider that, because that affordable housing represents a population that is in large part transit dependent, and so therefore it is useful for them. So those are my three highlights. My personal observations are, first of all, it's a great site. There's no question. This is a phenomenal site, and it represents a terrific opportunity, an amazing opportunity for Littleton, for the developer, for the residents of Littleton, and for those of us at RTD who are proud to have this as part of our district. There are a lot of good ideas that the developer has brought forward, and I would not criticize them at all. I would point out that we do believe that it could be a little better than the developer has proposed, and I think we've outlined those points. And I believe I'm probably at the end of my time, but I will say that I am more than happy to respond to any questions that any of the commissioners may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Pam, we have any speakers?
And I'll jump in. We have Melissa Reese-Thacker, who's from South Suburban. She's one of our panelists who was also invited to provide some input on the project.
Okay.
Melissa, are you 589?
No, I just had my hand raised.
Okay.
I apologize. I couldn't get the buttons to show up to start the video. Good evening or good night. This is Melissa Reese-Thacker. I'm the planning manager for South Suburban Parks and Recreation District. And I just wanted to add a couple of things to what's already been said, because we do support many of the elements that the commissioners have brought up, including lighting within the landscape buffer, the type of landscaping proposed for the area. But two main comments that I wanted to add tonight. One is that the buffer along South Platte Park is not a 50-foot buffer. It is a minimum, it's an average 50-foot buffer. We have allowed a width minimum of 30 feet along parking areas, requiring 50 feet at buildings. And then we are asking and recommend that it be part of the design requirements that any gathering places such as plazas be more than 50 feet from that buffer area. Those are the areas that have the most potential impact due to congregations, noises, site lighting, trash. Those types of things have the most potential disruption on the wildlife within the park and on the park itself. The other thing that we would like you to consider is that the applicant be required to provide a dog park as a potential amenity within the River District, especially as we're looking at multifamily housing with no backyards, knowing that in Colorado there's a large population with dog owners, and being directly adjacent to South Platte Park. And there are no off-leash dogs allowed within South Platte Park, and the nearest public dog park is 3 miles away. So we feel that that is an important component of the future development of this parcel. That being said, we're going to watch should this be approved, that we'll continue to watch very closely as this project moves in the site development plan. And thank you for the opportunity to make comments tonight. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Reed, are there any other invited speakers on Zoom?
Not that I'm aware of, but I believe we have potentially 3 persons that have called in.
Okay. Pam,
I'll let Pam.
Caller with the last 3 digits of 819, you are next to speak. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and identify yourself for the public record. Thank you.
This is Pam Chadbourne. I live in District 1. I am concerned about the proximity of this development to the river, and I'm not sure that this is the best and highest use for the city, in spite of all the aspirations that the applicant has mentioned. Obviously, the concept of the 2 parking structures on either side of Mineral is not going to happen with this plan, and so right away, I think there's something broken here between the so-called private-public partnership. It's not there. people have to get across Mineral safely, and telling people to go to one or other corner, especially in bad weather, is just not going to happen. I agree about the dog park, by the way. I think that's a great idea. And affordable housing was my also break point. This needs to have a requirement for affordable housing. Planning Commission, I think these folks have been around a long time and they've broken staff down. And staff has done a great job in this presentation. They've done a lot. They've done as much as they can. I think these guys are just obdurate, and Planning Commission, you're going to have to bring it. The city's interests must be represented here. This is a tremendously valuable site, and I'm not convinced we're getting our best and highest use out of it from this kind of concept aspirational idea. Way too many details for me to be able to talk about. But I also don't agree with the parking limits. This is not innovative with all that surface parking. It just isn't. I expect vertical farms on the sides of the structures. I expect huge energy efficiency. I expect integrated income in the housing. It's not, none of that is there. There's no innovation to me here. This is pretty current, same old, same old. And so thanks for listening. I'm very concerned, and I only have time for concepts. Thanks.
Thank you. Pam?
Sorry, I was on mute. Caller with the last three digits of 841, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. My name is Stephen Houtsma, and I live in the South Park 2 neighborhood, directly opposite. I'm one of the townhouses that faces the property. So it's been a very interesting conversation. A lot of interesting points. It's obviously something that's of concern to me. My original concern was the proposed 10-story building, office building, which when I looked at the original plans, it looked like it was really directly opposite me. It sounds as if, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there's been some height limitations put on that. So I look upon that as a good thing. My wife and I frequently walk, bike, spend time down on the Platte River Trail. So if the development is going to result in significantly more traffic and congestion there, that's a concern for me too. All that said, it sounds like, it's been very well thought out. If it comes to fruition, if there's some interesting new retail shops and restaurants, that would probably be a draw for my wife and myself and my family as well. But all that said, and my concern from the very beginning has been traffic. We've lived here for a little over 9 years. We love the neighborhood. And in that short span of 9 years, I've seen traffic, particularly on Santa Fe, both north and south, just multiply. Whereas I used to be able to get up at
30 seconds remaining.
5, 6 in the morning and not really see much of any traffic. By 5 or 6 o'clock now on a typical weekday, it's full up. And I don't know, I just don't see any way possible that you're going to be able to make it work at the intersection without creating huge bottlenecks and traffic jams, especially at peak hours.
Time.
So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Pam, anyone else?
There is one more person with their hand raised. The person with the last 3 digits of 589. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, identify yourself, and begin speaking now.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Erickson. I live in District 1. Nice long meeting tonight. Thank you all for your service, commissioners. And just wanted to mention, I was interested in one of the comments that the developer said tonight, that the city of Littleton will be bankrupt in 5 years if we don't have more retail. That's a real shock value statement to try to get his zoning through. Of course, all developers are looking to make the most money on a development, which means as many apartments as possible. All of these pretty pictures are not binding by the developer. They are just an example of what the site could look like. None of this is in stone. There is also no guarantee how long someone will own this property. Once developed, it could be sold at any time. Again, thanks so much for your service and good luck tonight.
Pam?
There are no more callers.
Okay. Reed, question. I can close the public hearing, but would normally give the applicant a chance to address any last issues that came up during the phone calls. Do I wait to close the public hearing portion until the applicant speaks?
I think you're fine with closing the public hearing portion or the public comment portion, public hearing portion at this time.
We'll close the public hearing then at, we got 10:52. Applicant, do you have any response to any of the callers?
Thank you, Chairman. I guess first of all, I want to thank them for staying up and watching this hearing for 4 hours. That's a Herculean citizen effort. So thank them. And even if they maybe don't like our project or don't like what we said, I apologize. All I can tell them is, we take the concept of fiduciary and stewardship very seriously, and we feel like we're stewards of the land. We are the property owners. We're not just some speculative developer coming in hoping to turn a trick and move on. We're committed to working in partnership with the city on these issues, and this was not a war of atrophy where either staff wore us down or we wore them down. This was a work of 3 years of compromise and the art of executing a very complicated real estate development project. And I think, we've worked very closely with city staff on our traffic mitigation plans, and we're committed to continuing that to be part of the regional solution. So nothing in particular, but I hope I get the chance to meet these people individually and convince them that we're not the big bad wolf. We're here to stay. We're local. My family has done real estate development of some form or fashion for 70 years, and I'm continuing that same legacy. And we do it right by being sincere, and we're just people trying to do our best to do a wonderful project in your beautiful city.
Thank you. Well, commissioners, we come to that point where we need to vote again. As I mentioned, I'm estimating 45 minutes additionally, at least for the main motion, any amendments, and a vote, as well as a discussion, down the line with the commissioners. So I'll put it out. Do we want to continue this meeting or to a date certain, or keep going? So a thumbs up is to keep the meeting going. Thumbs down is to adjourn. We all have families. We're not independently wealthy. We all have jobs tomorrow. So at any rate, raise your thumb for keep going. Or
I'd like to make a comment first, Mark. I would like to suggest the idea of doing a date certain so that we can give due diligence to all of the things that the staff has requested, and considering others might have other amendments. I don't want to see that process rushed. I think it would be rushed. We've been at this now for almost 4.5 hours. It's hard to think without thinking I want to go to bed.
Any other comments before we vote? Good point, Robin. Anyone else? Okay. Then what? Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, just one question. If we did continue to a date certain, could it be done fairly quickly, like next week? Or
I've been kind of on the side talking with our deputy city clerk, Pam Middleton, about some available dates. I know the week following Christmas is probably a little challenging for some, as some are taking longer vacations. I think we've found a date of January 11th, if this needed to be continued. The other date being, I think it was December 29th, I think is,
28th.
28th
is a little bit more challenging with people's vacation schedules and a longer holiday weekend.
Okay.
Are we allowed to ask the applicant if either of those dates works?
That would be perfect. I would love to know if Tyler and Jeff would be available for either of those dates.
I am available for both dates. That's the beauty of Zoom meetings is I can do this from Breckenridge if I need to on the 28th, or I will be back in Denver on the 11th. Yeah, Reed's already there, so both are fine for me. I will defer to the Good Planning Commission and their schedules.
Well, there's danger in that letting this percolate too long, where we lose the continuity of thought that we've gone through. I think the advantage to the delay is it gives a chance to percolate the ideas, some of the issues, think about it some more. I'm assuming that since this is quasi judicial, we are not supposed to talk to other commissioners amongst ourselves until our next meeting. So there's pluses and minuses. Plus, I can tell by faces that several of us are quite tired. But that's why we vote on it. So can we get to a vote? Thumbs up for continuing, thumbs down for continuance to a date certain, which will probably end up being January 11th. So please vote.
So thumbs down is for continuing to a date certain. Thumbs up would be continuing tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. What's the tally here?
3 to 4, it fails.
I'm sorry, say that again.
3 to 4, it fails. So 3 for yes and 4 for no. To continue, sorry.
To continue.
Yeah, to continue to the next. I'm sorry, to continue to the 11th. Sorry, it's late.
That's not a failure to me.
So,
Have we chosen a date? I don't know if we picked the date yet.
Let's clarify. So
yeah.
I think the vote, if I will do the converse vote, is that
we voted to continue tonight.
Planning Commission did not wish to continue tonight.
Yes.
By a vote of 4-3.
Yes.
So that leaves us with continuing it to a future date. The applicant is available on the 28th. The applicant is available on January 11th.
Since we have a
A
pandemic.
formal motion, such as I move to continue this item until January 11th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m.
Second.
Okay. Just a discussion. Is it too difficult for everyone to meet December 28th? People going to be out of town during the pandemic. Most of us are staying holed up. But any desire to go to the 28th?
I'm available both dates.
Me too.
Both
days work for me.
Okay. Well, we do have a motion and a second. on the table. So any discussion on the 11th before we vote?
Well, if we vote down the 11th, that doesn't necessarily assume that we have the 28th, though, does it?
We vote on the 11th. We vote the 11th.
So as you mentioned, Chairperson Rednicki, we have a motion and a second.
Yes.
It is possible with the concurrence of the second that Commissioner Reynolds withdraws his motion, which leads us to do you want to start with the 28th and see how that works? But I'm not trying to push for anything. I'm just throwing it out there.
I think I made the motion for the 11th to allow staff to potentially respond to some of the issues that came up during the hearing this evening. In particular, one thing I would be very curious to hear is how we're going to spin straw into parking garages. What are the financing options for those when we have clear communication that private sector money is not going to be able to build them? And I think to hear some of those options may take more time than is available if we continue to the 28th.
So you wish to keep your motion and
yes.
We are, who was the second, by the way?
Miller.
Okay. So we do have a motion and a second. Any other discussion before we vote?
Does staff agree with that analysis that you would prefer to have more time?
I'm sorry, Robin, say that again.
Does staff agree with Jason's suggestion that they would need more time?
Staff isn't allowed to have opinions.
I mean, I guess if you're asking if I'm going to magically find funding for a parking garage, the answer is no. I don't.
So you don't necessarily see the need to wait till January 11th based on Jason, which is a very valid thing. I mean, I agree with if you needed the more time, but if you don't need the more time.
Whatever pleases the commission.
If we vote down January 11th, then we can open it back up to go to the 28th or January 31st, whatever.
And we've been informed that it may be difficult from a staff perspective to work with the 28th.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We have a vote. We have a motion and a second. Those in favor of the holding our next meeting for the motion, amendments, etc., and discussion on January 11th, raise your hand, raise your thumb. Yes. Obviously, you're voting against, keep your thumb down. So please vote. Okay. I think we're unanimous.
We are unanimous.
Okay. So let's finish up quickly. Staff report.
None from me, Chairman.
Okay. Jennifer, anything?
Thank you to those of you who braved doing the Envision Studio prior to this meeting this evening. If you were unable to do that, it will be recorded. It was recorded, and we'll have that recording available hopefully by the end of the week. There were some polling questions, and we did have some good discussion at the end of it. So I do encourage you all to watch that recording when it's available if you weren't in that meeting. In January and February, we will start having some more targeted study sessions on some key issues that will be addressed in the ULUC. So having you all start to weigh in on those. So once we are done with the Evergreen hearing, we will move on to those in study sessions. Right now, we do not have any other formal business on the calendar, on the tentative calendar for Planning Commission in terms of land development cases.
So there's no issues on the 11th that would be at the same time as opening
Correct.
the hearing? Okay.
Correct.
Great. Any commissioner comments? Seeing
Chairman
none.
Rednicki, I do have a kind of a closing comment, if I will, in terms of this hearing. So as it's been continued to January 11th, and as you already alluded to, it's quasi-judicial. One of the challenges with having a continued hearing. And so I admonish, if I will, or remind our commissioners that it's, as it's quasi judicial, we really just have to rely upon what we heard at this particular hearing. So to be thoughtful of not listening to any outside comment that you may receive from constituents interested, and really just base it upon your own thoughts and your own formulations of what you've heard tonight. So I would just try to be pretty thoughtful of that over the holiday weekends, if you will, and we'll come back to it on the 11th. So back to you, Commissioner. Sorry.
A question then, if we have questions or clarifications needed from staff between now and January 11th, is that permissible, or is that done as well?
That's done as well. I would say table your questions that you may have, and once we have a main motion and discussions on that, then we can certainly reopen and take public comment back from both staff and the applicant. So questions that you may have between now and then, I would just keep them handy, but not reach out to staff. I mean, it's a public hearing process, so the applicant has an opportunity to be, to understand what's being asked, kind of on the side as well. So,
okay, thank you for that. Just a couple of, Bruce, go ahead.
Sorry, too late.
Sorry.
Just kidding.
Hey, Jennifer. There you are. A sort of a practical question. On Granicus, the meeting documents for tonight on the iPad get marked up. There's notes, there's highlights, so forth and so on. Since we're continuing, I'd like to be able to refer back to these documents. Will they be available? Can they be made available on Granicus until the 11th? Yeah, that's why I wanted to ask, because once the meeting's over, they're usually, they go bye-bye. Since the meeting's not over, it'd be nice to see if we could keep them.
They should be archived. I always assumed that all your notes and highlights are still available.
That I don't know, but I will put out a message to Colleen and ask her for sure.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Do you know if they disappear the next day, or is it when you get your next agenda?
I don't usually ever go back and look at them once we're past a meeting, but I mean, when I get back in for the next meeting, the agenda topics are all point forward. There's nothing that's, it's not like I can go back and look at something from a month ago. It's all the next 4 or 5 meetings.
I'm sure we can put all the attachments into the packet, all the existing attachments into the packet for the 11th.
Well, this is, I think, the notes that you're making for your. The commissioner's making the notes on his packet.
Yeah, I've highlighted stuff, and I've got little text notes, and I don't want to lose that, because when we get back to the point of, when we get back to the 11th, I want to be able to pull that stuff up and take a look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
Pam, will you reach out to Colleen on that?
Absolutely. I'll write her an email as soon as we end this meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, great question.
Well, I just want to wish everybody happy holidays. It's been an interesting year when to say the least. When March happened, I really thought Planning Commission was just going to go bye-bye until this was all settled on. But we seem to have waded through the trials and tribulations of Zoom meetings and done pretty well with it. I still miss getting together and being in council chambers. And by the way, I did a renegade tour of the council chambers, and it's pretty spiffy. Well done. It'll be a nice place for future Planning Commission meetings as well as council meetings. And I think historic preservation's in there too, right?
If Tyler's on, he could show you a video right now, I bet.
Oh, well, no.
Yeah, I think Caitlin's gonna. There we go. You guys can get a sneak peek.
Oh, yes.
There's the dais. And we have new acoustic panels. And there's actually going to be, the council chambers will be able to expand. There is a retractable wall. I don't know if you can see that or not.
To the left, yeah.
Yeah, to the left. And then we've also added an additional entry point into the council chambers that's closer to the outside door that faces Geneva Lodge.
Yep.
And we've improved the windows in the little atrium area.
And I've been told there's
concrete floor is going to be pretty cold. Might want to put some carpet down.
I promised that Kelly Nardi, who is in charge of interior decorating of the council chambers, has picked out some very nice flooring. So
purple shag.
Just for you, David.
David's not in charge of color selection.
Sweet.
Thank goodness.
Thanks, Caitlin. And the ceiling was dropped quite a bit, so you won't need to go in there with miner's caps with a candle on the end of your hat to see actually what's going on in there. So it's gonna be great.
And I've heard
we just need a disco ball and we'll be all set.
Nice.
That's for the other room.
And the acoustical, the speaker system is much better too. So
updated AV and all that. So
yeah, much needed.
Tyler's getting lots of new toys.
Okay. Well, it's going to be an interesting year next year. We're getting more into the last three building blocks of the Unified Land Use Code. So we're going to be busy for the next 9-10 months. And at any rate, that's all I have. Happy holidays and thanks for your perseverance this evening.
Good night, everyone.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Yep.
Happy holidays.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to Bezod's cat.
Basil is want to go to bed.